Hello. Now it's hello. Welcome. Welcome to all that are here. I can see that there are some people on YouTube. I don't see anybody on the side chat, but that's okay. You will soon find the light within yourselves and join the superior chat, which I'm going to link. Should I start with some organizational stuff? Hold on. Here you go. I started working on the new interview, on the second interview for the new channel, which, if you are not... Let's see, did your hair got blonder? No, I just washed it. My hair gets blonder when I wash it. That's usually how that works with me. My hair gets darker when I don't wash it for a while, and then it gets blonder when I wash it. I don't know why that happens, but you know. Anyhow. Hello. Hello, hello. Anyway, if you're not subscribed to that channel, which I'm gonna find the link now, then you probably should, because I'm going to be uploading the second interview soon. And by soon, I mean as soon as I actually prepare it. I got the translation today for all the dialogue in Ukrainian, and now I'm picking up the best bits from the interview. It's gonna be, I'm basically dividing it into 3 parts. The beginning introduction, the meat and potatoes, which is the middle, and then the ending up, the wind up, which makes sense. The 3-act drama of the interview. It's going to be a young boy that has struggled from panic attacks after a severe bombing, and you will see what happens. The translator has praised it, so I guess it's not bad. If the translator has praised it, then I guess it cannot be that bad. Right? Yeah, Lucy is a blonde C. You can see from the title we're gonna be covering a lot of Trump today because, I don't know, Trump has been busy. Trump has been busy with Greenland. Trump has been busy with ice. We have some ice news today. We have some sexual assault ice news today, unfortunately. But you know what? It is what it is. We're going to be once again putting to bed the whole myth, the whole lie that Trump is trying to push time and time and time again, and that nobody seems to be pushing against, that he supposedly ended 8 wars, even though he not only did he not end 8 wars, some of those 8 wars were not even wars to begin with. So I don't know. We're going to be definitely getting into that. We're going to be getting into Minnesota and the troop sending over there. We're going to be getting into Trump's little Nobel Peace Prize tantrum that he has experienced, because Trump is not able to distinguish between governments and organizations separate from the governments. Trump thinks that there is no division between government and organization. So he thinks that a government of a country can just control everything that happens, the media and organizations. So, you know. Wait. Is Trump trying to undermine the dollar as a reserve? Dollar sinks as Trump's new tariffs raise fears about. Oh yeah. We might talk about that as well, okay? We might as well. Well, let me check what the... Oh my God. Oh no. Let me see. Ugh. Dollar used to be 4 zlotys and now it's 3.6. That's not good for me making money. Oh well. It happens. So this is the plan for tonight's stream. How's that? How do you feel? So I have to find something additional. Uh, uh, there we go. I guess I found it. Perfect. We've got all the horrible news that you could want for today. Are you excited for that? Are you excited for today's stream? Are you excited to be horrified and mortified? I want to gather some more people though, so let's just warm up a little bit. Let's do a little bit of a warm up. Has there been anything silly happening? Let's get into mood. Let's get into the mood. Has there been anything silly happening? Hello. What's up? What is up, beautiful people? What is up? It's all about ego with Trump, isn't it? Oh my God, the Nobel Peace Prize thing. Oh God. It's all about ego and nothing else. Isn't it? Nothing else matters with that guy. Nothing else matters with Trump. You voted for this, okay? You Americans. Vladimir says, yes, like Tucker Carlson took another interview. Brace yourself when you're going to watch. Wait, what's the... Okay, this is going to be our warm-up. The Tucker Carlson new interview. Who? Who did he? Who did he... Peter Brimlow? Is that the one? Did not. It's just incredibly inconvenient to vote in Florida. Wait, you're from Florida too? How many of my viewers are from Florida? I think I have at least 3 viewers that are from Florida. Very interesting. Okay, Vladimir, is that the interview that you want me to watch? Peter Brimlow or Eva Vladrin Broke? Which one? Which interview? Well, let me turn on the
Well, there's
browser.
a lot going on tonight around the world, certainly here in the United
Shut up, Tucker Carlson. Shut up, Tucker. All right, we've got it on video. Which one? Peter Brimelov on the invasion of America, who's behind it? Ella Vladidenkovic speaks out after being banned from the UK. Breaking news, Russia will nuke Germany and the UK if Ukraine. War continues. This one. Breaking news from Tucker Carlson that Russia will nuke everybody again. Hold on, I'm gonna turn off my editing software. I've been hard at work, okay? I have been hard at work. I've been hard at work working on the second interview to give you the best stuff. Which is it? Which is the interview that you want me to watch, Vladimir? The libs are taking over. The libs of TikTok. Also, Not So Erudite is going to interview Fukuyama. So I guess that's happening. I could be interviewing people. I'm a pretty good interviewer. Dr. Jones has declared that I'm not a bad interviewer. So that's something. Never mind, neither of those. I just heard recently that Tucker Carlson took an interview from some insane Russian politician. Maybe it was fake news. Let me look at that. Tucker's brother Barkley Carlson on dog childhood nicotine Frank. What?
Well, there's a lot going on tonight around the world, certainly here in the United States, but foreign policy has got to be the headline tonight. And
boy.
In order, here's what's happening. We're awaiting what look like imminent strikes on Iran. I have no idea.
That's not happening because Trump has announced that the deaths have stopped in Iran and he's not striking Iran. So this has 4 days ago, and this has already just aged like spoiled milk.
Actually, whether those will happen or not, but all signs indicate something is coming, and certainly momentum is in that direction, and events tend to follow momentum almost independently of the judgment of people who are in charge. So it looks like we will be striking Iran or doing something there.
Doesn't look like it.
A. B, it looks like the United States will be taking Greenland.
So A is not panning out, okay? Greenland might happen.
From Denmark, which sort of owns it. There are pictures this afternoon of a kind of sad-looking Danish president or king or emir or potentate or whatever, whoever runs Denmark. Oh, how the Scandinavians have been diminished. Leaving the White House looking kind of sad. So looks like the news has been delivered to him. Sorry, no more Denmark for you. Nuuk is now an American protectorate. And then, of course, there's Venezuela. Venezuela, as you well know, was changed. It was regime change, sort of, shortly after New Year's by the Trump administration, and the then leader, Nicolas Maduro, and his wife were extradited, some say kidnapped, and moved to New York. They'll be put on trial, we are told. And so there's that. And that country and the rest of the world are trying to figure out, like, what are the implications of this and what happens to Venezuela next? Okay,
it seems like YouTube is not working very well for me right now. Let's see the interviews. Like, I can do the news. I don't need Tucker Carlson to speak about the news. Hold on, 50 minutes.
Well, there's a lot going on tonight around the world, certainly here in the United States, but foreign policy has got to be the headline tonight. And in military industrial power, they make a lot of weapons. They make a lot of steel. They have a lot of cheap energy. This is a real place. And it's got a huge Muslim population, 20%, and they're kind of peaceful now. Will they be? These are the kind of things an adult would ask himself before calling to knock off a head of state. You could destroy the world. But they haven't asked themselves those
An adult.
things because they don't care. And above all, they are unfit for leadership of the West. And that includes our foreign policy.
Who are they? The leadership of the West? The West, like this blob, this unified blob called the West. Mm-hmm.
The establishment, and it includes virtually every single head of state in Europe. And for that, they are on the cusp of being eliminated. Literally.
Who is on the cusp of being eliminated?
And I'll just speak for myself.
Every single leader in Europe is on the cusp of being eliminated?
And say, I really hope that doesn't happen. Yes, Keir Starmer's a joke. Of course, he's an insult to our ancestors. If you're English, he's an insult to our ancestors.
What the fuck?
And to that nation. Of course, Macron is ridiculous.
Why is Macron ridiculous?
Germany. Ugh.
Ugh.
But do you want to see them destroyed? And according to Sergei Karnagov, they're very close to being. So with that, watch this.
Yeah, the only country that's not a joke and not an embarrassment to leadership is Russia, I guess.
Interview and ask yourself, why is this not on the front page of every paper? Why is this not on the lips of every European and every American?
Yeah, everybody should fearmonger about Russia saber rattling with nukes again.
Because it's entirely real. Here's the interview. Mr. Karaganov, thank you very much.
Oh, there's the interview. Oh my God, he actually did the interview with the Russian politician. You were right. Okay, let's go. Putin advisor. Oh my God. Okay, let's go. This is going to be our top tier warm-up thing. All right, thank you, Vladimir. I'm so excited for this. Oh boy. Who would have? Oh boy. Okay. I am so ready for this. Oh my gosh. I am prepared.
For joining us. How do you believe this war will end?
This war could...
Top Putin advisor. This war will end with the ultimate victory of the Russian Federation, and Europe was going to get nuked.
And should be ended not only when Russia achieves total defeat of Europe, hopefully without eliminating Europe.
Oh, so it's not just about defeating Ukraine anymore. No, it's about the total defeat of Europe, hopefully without eliminating it. Okay, that's not unhinged at all. Okay. Yeah, Putin really wants peace, as Donald Trump has said. Okay, Trump was right. Putin really wants peace. It's just that the peace will be achieved once Europe is completely defeated, but hopefully not eliminated. What the fuck is this? What is this Delulu talk? What is happening? Come on.
We are fighting not Ukraine, not Zelensky.
This is not unhinged at all.
We are fighting again Europe, which has been...
Hello, Lobtobe on Twitch chat. I'm watching all the chats today, okay? I'm paying attention. I am locked in. Today I'm locked in. I'm more locked in than ever. Okay, I am very focused as a streamer tonight to give you the best content. Hold on, I am off camera. There you go. I am locked in. If the audience will not lock in, I will lock in your stead. And yeah, he just said it. He just said it. We're not really fighting against Ukraine. We're not fighting against Zelensky. No, we're fighting against the entirety of Europe, and we have to eliminate it. We have to eliminate, well, not eliminate, completely defeat Europe. Brilliant interview. And Tucker Carlson is just looking at him with this like dumbfounded look, like this no, this pained look, this weird. I don't know how to describe how Tucker Carlson looks like when he acts like this. It's just as if he really wants to poop, but he cannot. He's trapped here in this weird interview. I bet he's gonna nod and he's gonna say no.
Source of all ills and all sources of evil in the history of humanity.
Wait, what? Europe is the source of all evil in the history of humanity? And so Russia needs to fight Europe and not Ukraine and Zelensky? Hold on, I need to hear this again.
Of two world sources. Source of all Europe, which has been there again, Europe, which has been their source of all ills and all sources of evil in the history of humanity, of two world wars.
Russia was an active participant of World War I and II, for that matter. The USSR. What do you mean? The USSR was one of the countries that started World War II together with Nazi Germany. And you have the guts to tell me that Europe is the source of all evil? The USSR invaded Poland 17 days after Nazi Germany.
The EU has been several times invading us. Last time it was openly in the 41, 45 when
you invaded Poland 17 days after Hitler. You have no what?
90%, 95% of European countries came here under there.
Tucker Carlson's reaction. Tucker Carlson recently said on his show that the United States declared war against Nazi Germany the same day that Nazi Germany invaded Poland. So no wonder that he nods like an idiot. He knows nothing about history. He also said that the USSR invaded Poland the same day that Nazi Germany invaded Poland. So Tucker Carlson's knowledge of history is either 0 or minus level. Okay? Like when he said that the United States declared war on Nazi Germany the very same day that the invasion of Poland happened. Brilliant. Thank you, Tucker Carlson. You're so dependable as a journalist.
Under the banners of Hitler. Now, unbelievably, after all their defeats, they haven't learned the lesson. They're still pushing for a big war.
Yeah, Europe is pushing for a big war by, I don't know, forcing Russia to invade Ukraine somehow. By forcing Russia to invade Georgia, Moldova, Chechnya, and now Ukraine. Yeah, it was all Europe. It was Europe. It was the butler all along.
I think
the butler did it.
The reason is obviously that it's total failure of what the European
morals.
But so when we talk about the end of this war, it's not about doing away with the war in Ukraine, with the source of this war, and that is the evil Europe, which
the evil of. It used to be NATO. It used to be Satanism in Ukraine. It used to be it used to be Ukraine persecuting Russian speakers in Ukraine. It used to be trans people. Yes, at some point Putin said that it's because of trans people and that J.K. Rowling is being persecuted. It used to be all those things. But you know what? Now it's just the war is happening because of the evils of Europe. That's the reason. Russia was forced to invade Ukraine because Europe is fundamentally evil. I have no idea how those things are connected, how that's supposed to make any sort of sense, but here we are. That's the new West in the long, long list of reasons why Russia absolutely had to invade in 2022. You can add it now.
By the way, sucked United States several times into war. And which have been the source of the worst things in the history of humanity, including, of course, world wars, including racism, colonialism, and many other good bad things, including now they have been the main source of the post-human values which they have been exporting. I mean, they partly
Post-human? What do you mean post-human?
polluted the United States too. Now we are fighting that. They tried to pollute them. That with them. I'm not speaking about all Europe. I mean, there are
Is
many.
he talking about trans people? Post-human? What is he talking about? Polluted with what? I don't know what he's talking about here.
Decent people and even good countries there. But the question is that Europe is returning back to where it used to be during the last
Where did it used to be? Where is Europe returning? What is happening?
500 years. And that is the source of all evil in the history of humanity.
So what does it look like to defeat Europe? The war can't end until Russia defeats Europe.
Yeah, the good question, Dr. Carlson. At last, you're asking like at least a question that I can agree with. What does it look like to defeat Europe? Okay.
Europe, you said. What does that mean?
For the time being, we are thinking about a piecemeal deal about
For the time being. Oh my God. For the time being. Wait, hold on. A peace deal is not a defeat. Okay, if you enter a peace deal with the other person, you're not really defeating them. You're just making peace with them.
narcissist, which has been offered by President Trump in good faith, or again, until the will of European elites is not to continue confrontation for the sake of saving themselves from
What do you mean saving themselves? Like this ramble does not make any sense. But it has been this has been the new line from Russia for some time now, ever since the peace talks have been happening. Now the new line is Europe is standing in the way of peace. Europe is a bunch of fearmongers because Europe, unlike the United States, is now supporting Ukraine. The United States have all but abandoned Ukraine, and now Europe is basically the only thing that is in any meaningful way supporting Ukraine against Russia. So, of course, Russia will have to frame Europe as the ultimate evil and something that is just wants war, no matter what. And that it's about the evils of the elites that just want to want confrontation, even though, again, it was Russia that started all this, and it is Russia that could very easily end it by, withdrawing from Ukraine. But who cares? Who cares about that, right?
From the all covering up for the all mistakes they have done. That war will not stop. So I'm relatively skeptical as to the
translation. Until Europe abandons Ukraine and we can just take it, and until Ukraine is left without allies, and so that we can just take it over, this war will not stop. helping Ukraine is evil, I guess.
Short time possibilities of a piecemeal deal. However, of course, if we achieve something along the road and people will stop to be killed, well, the opportunity should be used. But I'm pretty sure that their problem is much deeper. And it is not Ukraine, it is not Zelensky and whomever.
This sounds like projection to me. Their problem is not Ukraine. Their problem is not Zelensky. It sounds like he's talking about Russia, to be quite honest.
Europe is again returning to its worst, and that is the source of all evil in the history of humanity.
Yes, of course. Wanting Ukraine not to be in Russia's sphere of influence is evil, the ultimate evil.
Why do you think? I mean, I think from an American perspective, it's very obvious that European leaders are focused on Russia in the big countries, Germany, France, Great Britain. The leadership of all three countries is focused on Russia as the threat. Why do you think that is?
No, it is very simple. I mean, I'm a founder of Institute of Europe, and I used to be a Europhile 40 years ago. And then I learned them better.
Okay.
Highly skeptical. They are complete failures on all counts. I mean, moral, political, economic, etc. Europe is going down.
As opposed to Russia, that is going up on all metrics, economical, social, everything's going up in Russia. Russia absolutely does not have a demographic crisis. Russia does not have a workforce problem. Russia absolutely is not forced to import workforce to do construction or anything else. Russia is absolutely not cutting any sort of social spending in order to prompt up its already huge military budget, of course. And Russia absolutely is not a warmongering country that just invades its neighbors, of course.
They are unable now to exploit.
Europe's budget is far bigger than Russia's, by the way. A couple of times bigger than Russia's, just so you know. Europe's economy dwarfs Russia's economy. So what are we even talking about here?
The world and to suck the rent from the world which they have been getting due to their military preponderance over the last 500 years. And that was stopped in the 60s and 70s.
Why is he talking about the last 500 years? Russia has been an imperialistic power within the last 500 years. You know, it took part in a little bit of an event called the partitions of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. Russia was a big instigator of that.
Got into a deep crisis already. But at that time, I mean, for all kinds of reasons, Soviet Union collapsed. And they believed that their golden age would continue. But now they understand that this golden age is finished. And they are desperate. They understand that they could not live on others' money. Also, they start to understand that they could not live.
Okay, first of all, I can barely understand what he's saying. Second of all, I have no idea what he means when he says that Europe is desperate. I have no idea what sort of golden age he is referring to. I am not familiar with any golden age happening within Europe. Okay, whatever golden age he is talking about, I am not familiar with it. It's not a thing.
Of U.S. protection, because U.S. is tired of them and they don't need it anymore.
And by U.S. he means Trump, because Russia has been Russia has been really hoping that Trump would win the election. Russia was hoping, praying that the world would turn into this. Russia was praying and praying and praying that things would turn out like they did right now. And Putin's and Russia's wet dreams are being just, they're happening before our very own eyes. Estelle says Trump is a Russian op. It feels like it. It definitely feels like it. Trump is just making all of Russia's dreams come true. He's dividing Europe. He is destroying NATO. All of the most coveted dreams that Russia had before Trump won the election, they're just happening right now.
There's a total desperation of this a layer of globalist, quote-unquote liberal European elites. It's also there, by the way, process of anti-meritocracy. I mean, never in the history of Europe have we had such a low level of intellectual capacities in
I love how this guy is talking about low level of intellectual capacity when he is just spewing total nonsense, total conspiracy. He's talking about international relations. He's talking about international politics in terms of the source of ultimate evil. He speaks of Europe pushing Russia to war. He speaks of the warmongering Europe. And yet he speaks of low intellectual capacity. I don't even know what to say. He speaks in such cliche simplifications and conspiracy, total nonsense that only idiots would buy, and yet he speaks of other people not being intellectually, like maybe that's why he's speaking about low intellectual capacity, because he knows that many people will just buy his bullshit. Tucker Carlson being the first one in line to smell the Russian bread with ecstasy.
in the leadership of most European countries. Not of all, but of most.
So Europe is basically out of gas. It's out of energy. It's dying. And so
Europe has a lot bigger economy than Russia. If Europe is dying, then what is Russia doing? If Europe is dying, then Russia's just a rotting corpse at this point, isn't it? Like, what are we talking about? What do you mean Europe's dying?
So you're arguing that their leadership sees a defeat of Russia as the only way back.
No, that's bullshit. That's so stupid. Like, Russia started the war, not Europe. Why would Russia's defeat affect Europe in any way in that sense? This is just stupid.
Continue.
The only way out of what? How would Russia's defeat lead to some way out of some imagined fall? That makes no sense.
So at first they thought of a possibility of a defeat of Russia, which was, I mean, kind of a fantastic illusion. But still, some people, because of their
Russia has lost many wars. I love that he's trying to push this myth of unbeatable Russia, even though Russia has been historically defeated many, many, many times.
their intellectual quote-unquote incapacity, or they're still talking about that. But what is defeat of Russia? Just if Russia comes ever close to a defeat.
Russia's defeat, quote unquote, is Russia withdrawing from Ukraine. That is what Russia defeat means.
That would mean that Russia now would use nuclear weapons, and the Europe will be finished physically. So, I mean, it's
Europe also has nuclear weapons. This is just empty saber rattling. Once again, Russia loves to do this. Russia is not the only country in the world in possession of nuclear weapons. France has them, England has them. It's just, what is this?
Simply,
What if Russia is forced to withdraw from Ukraine, it'll use nuclear weapons? That's nonsense.
possible even to think about it. But they have been talking because they need a war to rationalize their stay in power.
Yeah, they need a war. Europe needs a war, and that's why Russia invaded Ukraine, because Europe needs a war. Of course, that makes perfect sense. Europe needs a war to have a justification for their elites to stay in power, and this is why Russia invaded. Perfect. Mr. Top Putin advisor.
To rationalize their existence. And it is not about even defeat of Russia now.
What is it
It
about?
is simply keeping on with the failing European Union, with the failing economy.
Okay, how is the European Union failing? Like, this is such a talking... Trump has started this. Trump has started this talking point of the European Union failing, of it needing to actually break apart. That is best to deal with the individual nation states, because that would make Europe far weaker and that would make Europe far easier to control. And now Russia has picked up this line of thinking and is talking about Europe's fall, European Union failing, and Europe's bad economy, even though, again, Europe's economy dwarfs Russia's economy.
Now with fading European positions in the world, everybody in the world now laughs at Europe, which used to be, by the way, one of the core
Europe's fading power in the world. What about Russia then? Again, if the European Union is dying, then Russia's a rotting corpse.
of world power. And now it's a joke. Of course, I'm not speaking of all Europe. We know that there are decent Europeans, there are smart Europeans.
Okay, name them. Name the smart European. Let me guess. Hungary, Slovakia, and now the Czech Republic, right? Those are the smart Europeans, right?
Though in my class, political
Why don't you name those smart Europeans? Go on then.
of European thinkers,
He just stares at him, looking like an idiot. This is not an interview. This is a monologue. This is a monologue by this guy, and this other guy just stares at him with a blank stare. Mind empty.
and you are
Why are you looking at him like this?
policy and defense, etc., etc. There's only one or two men or persons left. I wouldn't name them because that would jeopardize them in
Fuck off. Fico and Orban. There you go. I've named them. It would jeopardize them. I will not name those smart Europeans. It would jeopardize them. Fuck off. Okay. Oh my God. This is so pathetic. I will not name those brave Europeans that are the good ones, but...
the eyes of the audience, but nobody else. I do not have any interlocutor.
Oh my
Almost
God.
any interlocutor in Europe.
Oh my God.
When you say everyone knows that the Russian government, if pressed, would use nuclear weapons against Europe.
Bullshit.
You mean that, is my question. And do you think that the Europeans understand that?
That has been the fear-mongering tactic that has been used since the beginning of the war, okay? That's why Europe's aid to Ukraine has been so half-assed, because Russia has been saber-rattling with nuclear weapons, and the entirety of the West, United States included, have been giving Russia leeway in the nuclear escalation ladder. That is the reality of the situation. Russia has been scaring everybody with nuclear weapons, and everybody has been trembling in their boots, afraid to actually substantially support Ukraine. Which should not be a thing. Europe has nuclear weapons as well. The United States has nuclear weapons as well. The escalation ladder should have been kept at a level. The West should have been saying very firmly, you do not scare us. If you dare to do a first strike, we will do a secondary strike and we will wipe each other off the face of the earth. You do not scare us with nuclear weapons and we will support Ukraine. That should have been the move, not ever and not never ending afraid of escalation by Europe. Europe always asking itself, wait, if we give Ukraine this type of weapon, is that escalation? If we support it with missiles, if we support it with more tanks, if we allow them to do this, that, or the other, is that not too much of an escalation? And in the meantime, Russia introduces Iranian drones into the conflict, gets help from China, gets artillery from North Korea and troops from North Korea, and somehow that never is considered a huge escalation from Russia. Russia can endlessly escalate, and Europe is always afraid to escalate in any sort of way. That has been the history of this conflict so far. That has been the never-ending disappointment surrounding this war. And now Russia once again is resorting to this pathetic rhetoric about using nuclear weapons. Should it even start to lose?
Because they have been, first of all, intellectually degrading after the 1968.
I have no idea what that means. Who has been intellectually degrading? What's been happening? Who? Like, I hated this vague language, but of course, that is the language of propaganda. It has to be vague. It has to be all-encompassing. It has to be in very black and white terms. Good versus evil, intellectual decline, moral decline, civilizational collapse. And Russia is the only party that is still strong. It produces strong warriors, men, and fights the LGBT, okay, and fights degeneracy. The West has fallen. Maybe the Prague Spring, maybe the expulsion of Jewish people from Poland in 68. Who knows? A lot of things have been happening in 68.
So-called student revolution, which killed most of European education. And because of anti-meritocracy of modern European democratic system, do not understand or were unable to understand what is happening fully. And also they are entertaining what I call strategic parasitism. I don't know how to call
What? What the fuck is he talking? What? What is the word that he's trying to say?
They believe that will never come to their territory. They forgot about the war, and that is terrible, because they have been the source of most wars in the history of humanity. But now they are not afraid. So now one of the tasks of Russia,
Maybe parasite. Maybe, Estelle.
in
Maybe.
addition to all others, is to bring them to senses. Hopefully without using nuclear weapons, only with the threat.
Again, saber rattling about nuclear weapons. Give us Ukraine or we will use nukes. Again, this has been a theme for 3 years now.
Of their use, and I'm criticizing my government of being too prudent and too patient with them. But
Oh
sooner
my
or later,
God.
if they continue to support this
Come
war,
on, man.
sacrificing new millions of Ukrainians and others, the Russian legendary perseverance will
Russia's legendary perseverance, of course. Russia's the legendary country. Russia's the only beacon of morality. Think about that. Russia will save the West with its based, anti-woke, I don't know what.
go thin, and we'll have
Oh, I know. As funny as that might sound, okay, as sad as it might sound, what this guy is basically saying is that Europe got woke and then it got broke. And ironically, he is saying Europe has gone woke and now is going broke, but Russia is not woke and therefore it's not broke and it's going great and it's going to defeat Europe, hopefully without eradicating it with nukes. Like, come on, dude.
to punish them
Also, Europe is evil. It needs to be punished.
severely, hopefully in a limited sense.
I cannot believe that this guy is saying this with a straight face. Seriously. And he's talking about the intellectual decline of Europe while saying Europe is evil. Okay, first of all, Europe is evil. Second of all, it needs to be punished, severely punished, but hopefully in a limited capacity. It sounds like a rambling of a lunatic. You need to be punished, Europe.
It's interesting that you say their leaders no longer fear nuclear weapons.
Europe is still scared shitless of nuclear weapons, of escalation.
You would think everyone would fear nuclear weapons given their destructive capacity.
That is why the support for Ukraine has been so half-assed. That is why, if you're wondering.
Why would any person not fear the threat of a nuclear attack?
Because, well, let's put this: we believe that they are like us, but they're not like us. They have had a total degradation of thinking class and of the ruling class. I mean, when Chancellor, quote unquote, of Germany is talking about, recreating a Bundeswehr to be the strongest army in Europe, what does that mean?
Yes. Russia is warning us of Germany becoming a militaristic state again and causing World War III. The thinking class, yes. Okay, the thinking class and the unthinkable class.
Means that he dooms his country for elimination. I have
What the fuck does that mean? Germany wants to rebuild its military, so it dooms its country for elimination. He's just saying whatever comes to mind. He's just saying whatever propaganda bullshit comes to his mind. That makes no logical sense. It does not follow. Oh, Germany has an army now. I guess they're just targeting themselves for elimination. What the fuck does that mean?
been talking with Europeans through most of my adult life. I stopped doing that in 1913 when there was a meeting of European leaders in which I participated, and I said that if you continue into this your system, there will be a big war and millions of
When did he start?
Into this your system.
Sorry, when did he stop talking to Europeans? In 1915?
meeting of European leaders in which I participated, and I said that if you continue
Hold on, when?
meeting of life, I stopped doing that in 1913.
1913? No, that cannot be right. In 1913, he stopped talking. How old is this dude? If he stopped talking to Europeans in 1913, did he actually say 1913 just now?
When most of my adult life, I stopped doing that in 1913. When
Holy shit, how old is this
life.
guy?
I stopped doing that.
Don't Russians use a different calendar? I have to look it up now. Do Russians use a different calendar? Today, the Russian Federation uses the Georgian calendar, the same calendar used by most nations worldwide. But before 1918, the Russian Empire used the Julian calendar for several centuries. And the Russian Orthodox Church still uses the Julian calendar today. Like, no, it's the same year, okay? It's like he stopped talking to Europeans in 1913. He's an ancient guy. How, like, Jesus Christ? We're talking to a living fossil. It's very incredible, very interesting.
Most of my adult life, I stopped doing that in 1913.
So in 1913, this guy is. I'm gonna use a calculator for this. I'm gonna use a calculator. Okay. 2026 minus 1913. 113 years old, this guy is, I guess.
When there was a meeting of European
That explains a lot, actually. That would explain a lot.
leaders in which I participated, and I said that if you continue into this your system, there will be a big war, and millions of Ukrainians will die.
What system? What the fuck? If Europe continues into what system? And why does Ukraine in particular have to pay for that system? That makes no sense. If Europe continues into some vague, undefined system, then millions of Ukrainians will die. That just makes no sense.
And nobody dared to look into my eyes. There were 70 or 80 people. Most of them.
In 1913?
No. They have degraded to the level that they are dangerous idiots or more.
What the fuck does any of that mean? They have degraded. They have degraded regarding what? What's the system that you're referring to? What does that have to do with Ukraine?
Idiots.
Yes.
Most, not all of them.
Yes. Most, not all of them. Like Hungary and Slovakia. Those are the good ones. Those are the good guys in this story.
But most of them.
Mm-hmm.
You are quoted in one place.
What do I even ask now? I don't know anything. Oh shit! I'm out of my depth.
Saying they no longer fear God, therefore they no longer fear war.
Oh, let's pivot to God. Yes. If you're out of your depth and don't know what questions to actually ask about politics or about, you know, the logical questions that you would ask if you'd hear something like this. Like, okay, what is the system that you're referring to? What was the system that Europe was so, I don't know, stubborn about, that you warned them about, that they did not want to abandon? What does that have to do with Ukraine, and why do millions of Ukrainians have to die in the name of that system that you refer to? No. The next question about hearing all that is, so you're saying that Europeans do not believe in God, and therefore that's bad, right? The interviewer is on the same level as the interviewee, I guess. You said Czechia. Yes, I said Czechia too, the Czech Republic, because the new Czech government is also pretty pro-Russian, yeah. There's been a change in the Czech government, and they're on the side of Russia now. They've been, first thing that the new prime minister, I think prime minister of the Czech Republic did was blocking the initiative to give a loan to Ukraine from the frozen Russian assets.
How are those two related?
Absolutely. I mean, they lost, well, not all again. There are normal people. Europe. Europe has lost its core, moral, political, spiritual core.
Again, what the fuck does that mean? They've lost their moral, spiritual core. What is this core? What is this core supposed to be? What is the moral core? The moral core is persecuting people for being LGBT, destroying the freedom of the press, destroying actually any civic liberties of people. Is that the moral core that you're speaking about?
Now as you know, most of them have lost the fear, the trust in God. It doesn't mean
which God?
They lost losing most of their traits of the human.
What? I have no idea what he just said. I genuinely have no clue what he just said. Trace of the human?
Normal losing.
Normal Lucy? Is he Lucy, as he said, Lucy as in Luigi, as in humans, normal humans?
Most of their traits of the human. Europe is under this leadership, is becoming anti-European in terms of historical European, and even anti-human.
But that makes no sense. You said historically Europe has been the source of the greatest evil, okay? And now you're saying that Europe is becoming anti-European in the historical sense. Is becoming anti what Europe used to be historically, which means, by your own logic, that it means that Europe is becoming anti-evil, because historically Europe has been the source of the greatest evil. So if it's becoming anti that, then it's becoming anti-evil. You should be happy, but you're not. You cannot be pleased. Can you? It's just...
They have brought Nazism, which was anti-human.
Nazism. Okay, everybody that opposes Russia is a Nazi, of course. They've brought their Nazism from the woodwork. Their Nazism is apparent,
etc. Now they have brought to us. You have been infected to a less extent. Something absolutely anti-human.
You have been infected with the Nazism.
Loss of respect towards family, towards love between men and women, towards respect for seniors.
LGBT, of course. Reza says, why does Tucker always look constipated? I don't know. It's just that's a good description of what he looks like, actually. Constipated, yeah. Because he doesn't know what to say, because he doesn't know anything, actually. He has no knowledge about anything. As I've said before, he recently said that the United States declared war on Nazi Germany the very same day that it invaded Poland. That's one. He also said that the Soviet Union invaded Poland the very same day that Nazi Germany invaded Poland. He doesn't know anything. He's out of his depth. That's why he always looks constipated. Because when this guy is rambling, all that's on Tucker Carlson's mind is, okay, what do I ask now? What do I say now? What do I say now? How do I actually continue this? And he's wrecking his brain, and that's why he looks constipated. Vladimir says, anti-evil is actually bad because anti is negative and evil is negative, and negative times negative is positive. So it becomes positive evil, therefore more evil. Oh, it's true. You're right. I've actually not considered this. That is true.
Those patriotism, etc. What is then Europe? And of course,
also, I will remind you that this guy's logic is basically, so Europe is falling morally, spiritually, it's in decline, and therefore Europe needs a war. Europe needs to war to get out of its moral decline. And therefore Russia invaded Ukraine. Tell me how that makes any sort of sense. Please explain to me how that is supposed to make any sort of sense.
trust in God. What is left? I mean, it is...
Oh, sorry. I always confuse you with Vladimir for some reason. Like, I don't know. I have no idea how we get from the leap from Europe is falling, it needs a war, and therefore Russia invaded. I have no idea how we got to that point.
it is...
God, come on.
a moral whole. However, of course, I'm not speaking about all Europeans. There are normal people.
Yeah, there are normal people like Orban, Viktor, and Fico. They are the normal people, okay? They're the good Europeans. They're good. They are the good ones, okay? Come on. Don't throw us all under the bus. But he won't. That was the funniest part of this interview. Okay? The funniest part of this interview was when he said, they're the good Europeans, but I will not name them because that would jeopardize them, okay? If I named the good Europeans, that would put them in jeopardy, okay? The good Europeans would be jeopardized if I named them.
People. However, of course, I'm not unable to talk to them. I'm not able to talk to them because they are midget. They are forbidden to talk to us.
There you go. They're a midget. What the fuck did he just say? I'm sorry. What?
And if they are a midget.
They're a midget.
Talk to them. I'm not able to talk to them.
I'm not able to talk to the good Europeans because they are a midget and they are... What?
Of course, I'm not unable to talk to them. I'm not able to talk to them because they are a midget. They are forbidden to talk to us. And if they
okay, they're a midget and they are forbidden from talking. Okay. We all know who you're talking about, okay? We all know you're talking about Hungary, Slovakia, and the Czech Republic as of now.
They are then called and summoned to the police or security services. So I have a lot of still probably a lot of friends in Europe, but I do not have
Oh
any
my
contacts
God.
with them because they are banned, because their elites from talking to us, because their elites are they're preparing them for war, at least morally. Though the same elites could not comprehend that if war, a real big war, is unleashed in Europe, and a war sooner or later, this war in Ukraine, which we are waging with Europeans.
Wait, hold on. There's a war in Ukraine that is being waged against Europeans? Hold on. What? This is Putin's top advisor, mind you. Did he just call it a war? Did he just not refer to it as the special military operation? Did I just hear that correctly? Hold on. I wanna rewind. This is a historical moment. Putin's top advisor just called it a war. He did not continue the whole special military operation bullshit.
Escalate in Ukraine, which we have in Europe, and a war sooner or later, this war in Ukraine, which we are waging.
He just said that the Russia is waging war in Ukraine. That's progress. It's not a special military operation anymore.
With Europeans escalates, there will be no Europe. Thanks God we have changed our nuclear.
Also, another nonsensical sentence. This war in Ukraine that we are waging against Europe will become a war against Europe. Okay, thanks. You just said a bunch of nonsense.
Recently our president said he was very cautious and he's a very cautious and very polite man, but he said something very important. He said that if Europe continues and if Europe gets into real direct conflict with Europe, there will be nobody in Europe to talk. But I hope and I beg and I pray the way I pray that he or us wouldn't have to make this decision. But as I've said before, Europe is the source of the most evils, and it returns to its worst times.
What the fuck? Europe is the source of the most evils, and Europe is returning to the source times. What the fuck does that mean? Europe is returning to the source times. What is this fantasy bullshit narrative? Europe is returning to the source times. I think I'm gonna put it on the thumbnail for this one. I'm gonna put it on the thumbnail for this interview reaction. The source times.
Twice in the past, roughly the past year, the Ukrainians have tried to, at least twice, tried to kill your president, President Putin. What that's my read of it.
That's your read of it. Good save. Okay, good save, Tucker Carlson. That's your read of it.
Why do you think they did that?
I told you that is exactly this question basically encapsulates why he looks constipated all the time, okay? Because he does not know what to ask, because he has no knowledge, he has no idea what he's talking about, he is out of his depth, so he is intensely thinking, what do I ask now? What should be my next question? And then it's something like, so they tried to kill Putin a couple of times. That's my read on it. Why? It's like, okay. That's, oh God. Why?
What's the thinking there?
What the fuck? What kind of a question is that?
It is.
He might as well ask, you know what? I'm surprised. I'm actually proud of Tucker Carlson in this interview. I am very proud of Tucker Carlson that he did not ask the question of, I'll have to make his face for this because, you know, why do you think Europe is so evil? Why do you think that Europe is so, what is the source of Europe's evil? What do you think it is? You know, I'm very proud that he has not asked that question. As I says, Tucker doesn't understand anything outside the US. He's out of his depth indeed. I honestly don't think that Reza, I don't think Tucker understands anything in the US, okay? I don't think he understands much within the US either, okay? I'm gonna be a bit harsher than you in my judgment of Tucker Carlson's expertise. I also think he is out of his depth domestically, to be quite honest with you.
It's very simple. I mean, they're belligerent. I mean, some people believe that you could solve the problem of Russia by killing our president. Our president is I have one problem with our president is that he's too cautious. They do not too cautious, and he shows too much perseverance. I am criticizing him indirectly, or sometimes even directly, as in our conversation with you.
Bullshit! You're not allowed to. Like, what the fuck is this? Yes, I criticize my president, Vladimir Putin, all the time. Look at me criticize my Russian president. For example, I criticize him for being so cautious and persevere, okay? I criticize him for his big perseverance and for his huge penis, okay? Like, what is this? I criticize him all the time. Oh, God.
But
directly and indirectly.
They simply want, of course, they could not kill. It's simply noble hatred.
Noble hatred? There's so many buzzwords in this interview. Okay, so many buzzwords: noble hatred, just the source times, source of all evil, literally, the source of all evil in the world.
Of people who have lost their minds. Well, the question, of course, of
Putin derangement syndrome. Am I right? Am I right, fellas? It's just all the entirety of Europe has been stricken with Putin derangement syndrome.
Doing away with leaders of foreign countries is an American question, as you know. And, but they are pumping up hatred towards Russia like mad. I'm partly a historian. I must say that even Hitler's Germany, their level of anti-Russian propaganda, Russophobia, was maybe weaker, or at least
Even Hitler did not hate Russia as much as Europe does right now. There you go. You've heard it now. Even Hitler did not hate. That's gonna be the title of this segment, okay? Even Hitler did not hate Russia as much as Europe does, okay? It's gonna be something like that, okay? That's gonna be the title. Okay, tone it down. Okay, tone it down, Chief. Okay? Europe is not worse than Hitler. Oh, God.
equal.
Even Hitler's Germany did not hate us quite as much as Macron does. Macron, that little monster that just dreams of killing all of us.
What is happening in Europe?
What would
It's horrible. It's worse than Nazi Germany.
happen if your president were to be assassinated by the Ukrainians or Europe or the United States? What would be the next?
Well,
Next
let's
step.
hope. Let's hope that would not happen. But then, of course, that would
Then we'd just replace him with some other stooge.
mean that we will punish. Hopefully
war.
not the United States. But
What? What the fuck was that answer? Did you what? What would happen if Putin were to be assassinated? We will punish, hopefully not the United States. What? What? Hopefully not the United States.
will be taken away from the map of the humanity. It should be pushed away from the geopolitical and geostrategic math, because it is a nuisance. I hope it would not be punished in the physical way, though I am starting to say that these idiots do not understand anything but physical pain. And that's sooner or later we have
You invaded a sovereign country. You did.
to go up the ladder and escalation.
Those idiots.
And if they do not stop this senseless war and hostility,
You started this senseless war. You could end it. You could end it by leaving Ukraine. What the fuck do you mean? These idiots wants this senseless war.
in and around Ukraine, now we would have to start to attack Europe with conventional weapons, and then next step will be waves of nuclear strikes. I hope we wouldn't reach that point, because
Yeah, sure. Saber rattling. More empty saber rattling about nuclear warfare.
using nuclear weapons, any weapon, is a sin.
Russia pretending that it's the only country in the world that has a nuclear arsenal.
But using nuclear weapons is a double sin, and I don't want to be Russia to be
Wiped off the face of the world.
that big a sinner. We have all our sins. But if needed, we have to eliminate the European threat to humanity.
What the fuck? Yes, it is Russia's holy mission to eliminate Europe's threat to humanity.
How far are we
Oh my
from
God.
Russia using nuclear weapons against Europe?
2 years.
Oh, he actually gave a date. 2 years. We're gonna use nuclear weapons in 2 years.
Now, if they do, well, 1 year. Well, first of all, I've been calling on my
What the fuck? Hey, so when is Russia gonna use nukes, do you think? This is Putin's top advisor, mind you. 2 years, 1 year, I don't know. 2 years, maybe 1 year. Who the hell knows when we're gonna use the nukes? Who the hell knows?
to escalate earlier. But President Putin is very religious, and he's cautious. And we have been climbing up the ladder of escalation, changing our nuclear doctrine and lowering the nuclear threshold, building up our nuclear potential in Europe and else. But in the hope that we could stop them before crossing the threshold, as I've said.
Of course, nobody's gonna use nukes, but Russia will saber rattle about it. Russia will fearmonger about it, and the West will be scared shitless and will not support Ukraine with what it needs. That is the only thing that Russia needs to achieve, and it is achieving it splendidly. And then, of course, there's the fact that Trump won in the US and has abandoned Ukraine altogether, but that's neither here nor there.
I think that Putin believes that using nuclear weapons, and I believe, by the way,
Is evil. Evil.
is a sin.
Oh, is a sin. So basically the same thing. It's evil.
It might be a necessary sin.
It's not that there's this thing called nuclear deterrence in international relations. No, it's not about that. It's about it being a sin.
To save humanity. That's why I have been calling for limited.
Yes, we invade our neighbors to save humanity. We commit genocide to save humanity. We erase cultures and languages in order to save humanity. It is all in the name of humanity.
Use of nuclear weapons against Europe, because otherwise the world would drift into a third world war, towards which Europeans are pushing all of us.
Yes, it is Europe that has started this war, and definitely not Russia, but starting a war.
I mean, they have already done that twice in history, sucking the United States. A couple of times.
Also, no, Russia was at the beginning of World War I as well, okay? Russia was an active participant of World War I. Russia was one of the countries involved in the beginning of World War I. Don't give me that bullshit, okay? Again, all you have to do is have a basic education in history to know that. World War I was basically two empire blocks siding. It was a bunch of alliances that said, a bunch of countries saying we're gonna be siding on this country's side, and the other bunch of countries saying we're gonna be siding on this country's side. And Russia was part of that. Okay, very much so.
Americans. We once suffered, but then saved them again. But now they're back, and with the old game, and we have to either to punish them or.
He talks about punishment a lot. I'm afraid to know what is in this person's mind. He talks about very, very strict punishment a lot.
To help them to change their minds. It is not. I'm not calling for regime change, but if Europeans do not change.
Regime change? What the fuck does that even mean? Europe does not have a single government.
These elites for more national-oriented.
Also, for a country that does not speak of elite regime change, Russia sure meddles in a lot of elections. It's just so...
for more responsible, they are doomed. And I hate that idea because culturally I am a European. Of course, we are moving towards Siberia, we're moving towards East. We are saying and sincerely that we are becoming a Eurasian nation, or returning back to where we belong, to become the Eurasian nation.
What the fuck is the Russian nation, quote unquote? I thought it was a multi-ethnic, multinational country.
But the loss of Europe would be a pity.
A pity. So where do I go from there? What do I do now?
Before I ask you about what you think Russia should do relative to the rest of the world, become Eurasian rather than European, which it seems to be doing. If there were
whatever the hell that means,
airstrikes from Russia into Europe in the next year or two, as you said, there may be. What countries
gonna attack Poland?
Would that include?
I dare not tell you because that will jeopardize those countries.
Well, we are online.
Uh,
So
uh,
I have written that
Poland.
several times that if
Poland.
we strike Poznan,
Poznań. There you go. Poland. Poznań is a city in Poland. I've been to Poznań. It's a very nice city. I used to work for a person that was from Poznań. There you go. First country that he named, Poland.
Americans would never respond. Americans would never respond anyway.
Not only did he name Poland, he also said if we attacked Poland, nobody would give a shit. He just said it.
But if we, and I hope the Poles are becoming, by the way, more sensible. They understand that they are playing with fire. They're
The Poles are not becoming more sensible, quote unquote.
trying to retreat from the front lines of this conflict.
What the fuck does that mean? Retreat from the front lines of this conflict. What? How is Poland retreating from the front lines of this conflict? I have no clue what that even means.
But my choice would be Britain and Germany.
So Poland and then Britain and Germany. Thank you.
You take out Britain and Germany with nuclear weapons.
I beg our Almighty that wouldn't happen.
This is a rant of a lunatic.
Yes.
But Germany should be the first, because Germany is the source of
all evil.
The worst in the European history. But I hope, again, I have many German friends. I hope that it would happen.
I have many German friends. It would be a pity for me to kill them all.
You, I think, just came back from Beijing. Certainly the ties between Russia and China are much, much deeper than they were.
Pretty pathetic.
4 years ago. From an American perspective, the idea of a permanent Russia-China alliance is a threat to our future, it would seem. Is that alliance permanent?
Well, for the time being, for the foreseeable future, it is a source of great strength both to Russia and to China, and our Chinese friends understand that. But what will happen in 10
It's more like Russia became a bit of a China's lapdog throughout this conflict. Very, very dependent on China for its economy and war machine. It's not exactly an equal partnership that we are witnessing between China and Russia, but, you know, neither here nor there. Neither here nor there.
15 years, we do not know. So we're planning for all kind of futures. But our best solution is to reach a world where four great powers will be working together.
Divide the world into spheres of influence is what is being said here. Okay? Divide the world into spheres of influence. Divide and conquer.
For defining, the rules of behavior in the future world. These four powers are China, Russia, the United States, and India.
Might makes right. Divide the world into little pieces between the big powers. There you go. Throw away international law. Throw away any sort of international rules-based order. The big powers have their own little turfs, and they have domain over it.
That kind of confederation.
Which is, by the way, the world order that Trump is wholesale buying into.
Configuration also means that we will, and we should, and we will, of course, balance the overall preponderance of China vis-a-vis Russia. But at this juncture, China is a fantastic asset. It is not a threat. But just in case, we should create this.
Also, notice how Europe is not part of this. It's the United States, India, Russia, and then China. So my question is, whose turf is Europe a part of in this worldview? Whose turf is Europe a part of? The United States or Russia? Okay, who gets Europe? Write in the chat. In this brave new world, who gets to rule over Europe? It has to be one of the four powers, remember? The United States, Russia, India, or China. Write in the chat. Be active participants of the stream and write to me who you think will get. The USA?
At least 4-country system.
Maybe. I mean, Russia wants Europe.
Plus, we are building what we call Greater Eurasia. And that is a system of relationship where China will be balanced.
Also press like on the stream. Zinsight has no one. Europe will be an uninhabitable nuclear wasteland.
By major powers within Eurasia, including India, Persia, Turkey, and Russia.
They couldn't even get Ukraine. They can forget about Europe. Well, I don't know. Europe is not as like, and ironically, Europe will not be able to defend itself for long. Poland would not be able to defend itself for long against Russia as it is now.
And others.
Also, mind you, if Europe and the United States end up, Europe through its incompetence and Trump through his evil to throw Ukraine under the bus, Russia that has Ukraine has a different war potential than Russia without Ukraine. We need to enter this into our calculus.
But the Chinese, I mean, we talk with them sincerely about necessity to balance them. It is hard for them to solve that.
Catalonia should get
to
it.
understand that it is in their interest to create a balanced system.
You think the EU is incompetent? When it comes to certain things, oh yeah. When it comes to handling the war in Ukraine, oh yeah. Okay. Europe has been very incompetent when it comes to supporting Ukraine in this war, yeah.
Our relationship within Eurasia. But worldwide, United States should be a key player because without the United States, we will not succeed in dealing with the unbelievable problems we are facing in the coming years.
Translation: the United States is now an ally of Russia, and it needs us in order to break Europe, in order for us to be able to get what we want in Ukraine. Thank you.
Russia jeopardized its soul by leaving the West, given that it's a...
What? I told you. Those questions are just... Like, whenever I hear a Tucker Carlson question, I'm like, what? Has Russia jeopardized its soul? Has Russia...
Orthodox country, its cultural legacy is
Western.
Western.
We are saving our soul.
Russia is already mobilizing Ukrainian citizens from the occupied territories by forcing them to get Russian passports and putting them in the army. There are already Ukrainian people that are fighting against Ukraine. There are already Ukrainian children that have been militarized since 2014 that have been fighting against Ukraine. Russia, it's not an if, it's already happening.
I mean,
It's not exactly a hypothetical. It's already happening.
of course, some of my competitors would not agree with me, but let us remind you and me and others that our soul came from the east and from the south. We took Christianity from Palestine, and the Orthodox Church is the true Christianity because Catholics left at the beginning of the previous millennium. We parted with them, but still, of course, we're Christians. And we're brothers. We are very much an Islamic country, 20% of our population. We also take it from the south. Then we have a strong Buddhist population. We also take it from the southeast.
Also, Russia, I don't know if this is going to be mentioned by the top Putin advisor, but I believe that Russia has the biggest Muslim population in Europe right now.
And Judaism is also here an acknowledged religion. And the political system.
Oh, he did not mention Islam. Interesting.
Which we have
would not fit the narrative.
Built over years.
Would really not fit the narrative of the falling West, that blah blah blah, falling Europe, etc. Because the invasion of the Muslims is a big part of it.
We have inherited from the greatest empire of them all, from Genghis Khan Empire. But of course,
no, he did not mention Islam.
Many in Russia would disagree with me, but it is simple truth. We are Asian empire with a very strong European cultural influence, which we love and adore. And we would never part. But we are not Asian. We're not European. Thank God.
This is the rambling of a loon.
And we are now starting to acknowledge that, because our European journey has been which Peter the Great started for, because of certain reasons, because we are backward in technology.
I mean, Ukraine is very much European. Then maybe you should leave Ukraine alone. Because Ukraine's tradition is tied more to the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth than to Russia. So, and the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth was part of Europe. So, leave us alone.
It's over. It should have been over 150 years ago. It would have saved us from many troubles, including things like world wars, communism, etc. But now we are parting, but hopefully keeping the traits of.
Yeah, I will admit that this Putin advisor has a pretty thick accent. I will admit.
European cultural heritage which we share with you in our hearts and now.
Also, please press that thumbs up, okay, on YouTube. It helps me a lot, apparently. The more thumbs ups you get, the more success you get.
What effect, from your perspective, have Western sanctions had on Russia? Do you believe sanctions have hurt Russia or helped it?
Oh, yes. I mean, we invited, I have been calling for a confrontation with the West long before we stopping the expansion of NATO, etc., long before we decided.
Long before we decided what? To invade Ukraine?
Of course, economically wise, they hurt, but strategically wise, political wise, cultural wise, they have been a blessing. We have, with their help, we invited fire, unfriendly fire on our own. We have done away with comprador elites. We have thrown away, without any repressions, the fifth column.
The fifth column?
Back.
Yes, everybody that is, everyone that opposes Russian imperialism is just a Nazi.
Russian culture, Russian soul.
The mysterious Russian soul. Fuck me. Mark DB, most Muslims in Russia come from republics like Tatarstan, Bashkortostan, Chechnya, and Dagestan. They lived there for centuries. It's not the same thing as in Europe. No, actually, it's just, that also has a big immigration thing. Okay? Also, why is it not the same? What, is it a different type of Islam? Is it a different type of Islam if they live here? I'm sorry, but it's the argument about Islam in Europe is about it being a cultural difference, okay? The culture and everything is different. Also, Poland has had Muslims for centuries as well. What now? Poland also has had Tatars for centuries, and yet Poland still fearmongers about Muslims just the same.
Yeah, we're becoming Russians, and
we are becoming Russians. I have no clue what that means.
the only problem.
But have you not been Russians before?
With these sanctions and with this war is that we have to pay.
War! I'm impressed. He repeatedly refers to this as a war, not as a special military operation.
For it with the lives of our best men. But other than that, they have been a blessing. And I do not want them to be lifted. Of course, someone should be. So
even Tucker Carlson laughs at this bullshit. Did he just say that he would not want the sanctions to be lifted?
Relationship.
I misheard. I misheard it. I must have misheard it. I must have misheard this bullshit.
And I do not want them to be lifted.
No, he just said that he does not want the sanctions against Russia to be lifted because they're a blessing. What? Like, you look, even Tucker Carlson started laughing at this bullshit.
Other than that, we have to pay for it with the lives of our best men. But other than that, they have been a blessing, and I do not want them.
Okay, I want to hear this whole statement again. Him saying that it's just it's amazing that we've been sanctioned and ostracized. It's a blessing actually, and we don't want it to end. Like that is such bullshit.
We have thrown away without any repressions the fifth column. We are returning back our Russian culture.
This is such cope. Our Russian culture is returning.
Russians. And
that is such desperate cope. Oh my God.
The only problem with these sanctions and with this war is that we have to pay for it with the lives of our best men. But other than that, they have been a blessing.
The war and sanctions have been a blessing?
And I do not want them to be lifted. of course, some
Okay, see, even Tucker Carlson broke his constipated face after hearing this. Okay, even he was like, oh, okay, sure, yeah, you don't want the sanctions to end. Let the sanctions continue forever. Oh my god.
should be so
Even he could not stop himself from laughing at this bullshit.
relationship and should be on somebody's
Okay, now he's like he's like okay, go, come back, Tucker, come back to your constipated face.
personal money, but
he could not he could not keep a straight face.
Russia,
I'm getting very BDSM vibes with this man, says Reza. I actually do too, with all the talk about punishment.
which
Severe punishment.
is threatened, is again a war-fighting nation. We are a nation of warriors. And when
Oh, there we go. We are strong warriors. We are manly men. We have no gays in the army. We have no transes in the army. We're not degenerates. We are strong Euro-Asian warriors. And we lead the civilization to a better tomorrow. Unlike Europe that is falling. The West is falling and the West is degenerate. And it forgot God. There you go. Also, we are a war-like nation. We are warriors, but somehow it's Europe that wants war. Okay, not us. At the same time.
started to be attacked, even indirectly, now directly, then we turn to our best. And that's why the country is experiencing unbelievable.
We've been attacked and therefore we started a war. Makes sense. As always, makes perfect sense, right? Makes perfect sense.
Releases. The only problem is that we are losing best men, and that should be stopped.
And that leads to my last question, Mr.
You could stop it at any time. You could stop your best men being killed by withdrawing from Ukraine.
Karganov, which is, you've described this as a war, a civilizational war between Russia and Europe. What role does the United States, our administration, our president, play in ending it? What can President Trump do to end the war?
I am still very impressed that he is actually referring to it as a war and not a special military operation.
I mean, Americans were very crucial in studying this war because the whole problem started in early 2000s when American administration started to peddle to prop up the European issue because they were afraid of the possibility of building a continental alliance between Russia and Germany. So, in a way, Americans are also have been the source of the problem. As to the Trump administration offer, I didn't like the offer which Mr. Trump offered because it doesn't solve the real problem. And the real problem is European hostility, European aggression. But for the time being, we should use this opportunity, if possible. And then, of course, we all know that President Trump is curtailed his internal affairs. And also, now we see that his offers are diluted and by all kind of efforts from within and by his quote unquote
Now the video is breaking up, and he already has a very thick accent, and I'm having trouble. The America's bad, Europe's bad. Everybody's at fault for starting this war, apart from Russia. That is what I'm getting from all this. Okay, everybody is at fault except for Russia. That is the takeaway that you should be taken from what he's saying here.
Allies, but we could try.
The West is evil, Russia is good, and Russia is actually very noble and warrior, and it has the spirit of the Eastern Orthodox purity that the West has degenerated from.
For a while with his offer. Maybe eventually we would end up with the solution of the problem. And that is solution of the problem is, of course, as I've said, is Europe.
Of course. Europe is the solution of the problem.
However, I do not foresee that, unfortunately, that possibility. So
Of
even
course.
if we stop this war, we should be prepared when the war resumes to do away with the source of this.
What do you mean the war resumes? The war has not stopped.
And that is hostility of European elites and their willingness to fuel warfare on the European subcontinent. But let's give Trump a chance. Although I'm not sure whether he or we would succeed under circumstances. You know the internal situation in the United States better. And also,
yes. Europe will destroy any chance of the beautiful peace that Trump and Russia are cooking for everybody, of course.
So, by the way, we could not rely, with all our respect to your president, on him. He has a country behind him which is deeply divided. He has a huge opposition. And then he's also...
Yes, Trump has not... Translation, Trump is not as big of a dictator like Putin. He has not destroyed the democracy completely yet, so we cannot rely on him 100%. There you go. I translated this nonsensical ramble into coherent speech. He actually has still an opposition that exists, unlike our glorious leader Vladimir Putin that has done away with that bullshit a long time ago, okay? Trump still has a long, long way to go to be completely reliable. Use ice more.
Playing full games. And so I don't think... I hope we could arrange something. But we are watching very carefully.
I hope we can arrange for Ukraine's surrender together.
The fact that presidential administration has abducted the leader of a big country. We are watching very carefully that American Marines are acting like pirates.
Tucker Carlson looks like he just checked out from the conversation and placed like a static picture of himself here. Back to the constipated
high seas,
face.
Seizing tankers, wearing Russian flags, Russian banners. If that continues, we will have to
punish the United States severely.
Go back to rough deterrence. But we would like...
We will have to punish the United States,
have,
as we do.
If not cordial, but a good relationship with the United States and with other two great countries in the world. But we'll see whether he could deliver.
We'll see.
I think he wants to deliver. but whether he's able is a big question. So we keep our fingers crossed.
We will see if Donald Trump can deliver us Ukraine on a silver platter. Maybe he can, maybe he doesn't. Maybe we will just try to conquer it on our own.
And let's give us be absolutely sure. We hope that he's sincere, but we do not trust American policies, and to a certain extent, his proposals look like a honey trap. Trap.
Honey trap. Trump speech is a honey trap. Oh, God. What a dude. Putin's advisor.
Because nothing happens. Continue the war. Not talking about peace. I mean, referring to who knows whom, Zelensky or other pygmies in Europe who are blocking it. And it seems that this war is continuing, and maybe the United States in the end do not want to finish this war. So then we'll have to come back to the solution, which I have mentioned several times.
Nuclear war. The solutions that you have been talking about, the nuclear warfare.
And that is of starting to punish
Punish Europe, punish the United States, punish everybody.
our European enemies with an understanding, hopefully, that the United States would,
We will punish our enemies.
and knowing that they would refrain from participating in a nuclear war in Europe.
I think
Fantasizing about nuclear warfare is something else, okay?
important for American policymakers and the American citizenry, the country, to understand the Russian perspective. And I'm grateful that you gave it to us, Mr. Karganov. Thank you very much.
The shitty Russian perspective that nobody in their right mind should give a fuck about this kind of perspective, okay?
For your time.
Thank you.
Like nobody should even entertain calling this sort of ramble a perspective. Yeah, they are evil. They are source of all the evil in the world, and we need to punish them. Nuclear war, something. They want war, and so we started an invasion. Just
Thank you for me too.
thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so very much. Also, I'll be going to Ukraine again very, very soon, and I'm gathering the funds to make it possible. So if you feel like you're liking what you're seeing on screen, if you feel like you like the Lucy Haze experience, then consider joining lucyhaze.org/live and to donate or subscribe. And also consider subscribing to my second YouTube that I started recently. It's called Lucy Haze Films, and on it I upload the various interviews and work that I do in Ukraine in regards to this war. Okay? Does that make sense? Is anybody hyped? Is there hype in the chat? Who's still here? A raise of hands for all the people. Get active, my lovely chat. Give me a sign, especially on the side chat. I will have to bring some warm clothing to Ukraine because it's very cold, and the electricity situation in Ukraine right now is very bad. Like, you have whole days without electricity. The situation with heating is also very dicey. So when I'm in Kyiv, it's going to be rough. It's gonna be rough sailing when I'm back in Kyiv. And I'm planning to go there very, very soon, depending on when I can muster up the finance to do it. So support your favorite streamer, which hopefully at this point it's me, okay? At this point, hopefully I am your favorite streamer. I've grown on you. My very specific style of streaming has grown on you, and you have decided that to become a giggler. All right, let's continue because this has been just a warm-up thing. Okay, this has been my warm-up little thing. This has been just the beginning. I still have to do the topics that I've actually announced in the title that I do, which is ICE and sexual assault. Yeah, that's a thing. Which is Greenland and the Nobel Peace Prize topic, which is Russia being very happy about Greenland, which does not surprise me in the slightest. And of course, the new peace council, the new peace group that Trump is putting together. So where do I go from here? Where do I go from here? I'm getting constipated like Tucker Carlson, wondering where I should go from here. We have a few different ways. Japan just banned censorship. You're not gonna turn me woke. Oh, food shops. Attacks on energy of Ukraine. Yeah, the attacks on energy of Ukraine have been very, very bad. And I'm going to have to navigate that. Oh, look, the video on my second channel is being promoted on the top page. Is good. It's good that the algorithm is actually pushing the new channel, the new interview. I'm very happy about that. I am very pleased. All right. So there's been a thing that I really wanted to do. Where do I start? Trump has, I wanna give this structure. So, you know how Trump talks about ending 8 wars, how Trump says that he is the peace president, that he has ended 8 wars, that he has done the best job possible in ending 8 conflicts, and therefore he deserved the Peace Prize. He didn't get it. He sort of got it from the opposition leader from Venezuela, but then the peace committee said that he wasn't able to just give it away, that a peace prize is not something that you could just give to somebody else. You know, all that Trump is considered himself deserving for a Nobel Peace Prize because he has ended conflict after conflict after conflict, and he did it all by enacting tariffs. He said that tariffs ended 8 conflicts. So I feel that it is best for us as logical thinkers, as very big brain people to, first of all, go back to that claim, to do a little bit of investigation into that claim and see just how many of those conflicts did Donald Trump actually end? Like, what's the status of all the conflicts that Trump supposedly ended? Like, we're gonna start here, and then we're gonna go into the unhinged letter that he has sent to the Norwegian government, because Trump does not understand that Nobel Peace Prize is not issued by the government, but by a separate committee. So, President of Peace? How Donald Trump's claims to have ended 8 wars in his second term fall apart. We all know that it's nonsense. We all know that Trump did not actually finish 8 wars. But what I want to do now is actually go point by point, conflict by conflict, and see just what it means in reality when Trump says claims to have ended 8 wars. There's a very boastful statement by him in video form here, as usual. Let's listen to it.
I don't care about all that stuff. I just care about saving lives. But this will be number 9. But every time I solve one, they said, sir, if you solve one more, you're going to be known as a peacekeeper. So to the best of my knowledge, we've never had a president that solved one war.
We've never had a president that solved one war. Never, ever. Not... Okay. Who solved the US Civil War then? Arguably, did the United States not have a hand in ending World War I and World War II? Is Donald Trump saying that the US presidents had no hand in ending world wars? No American in history has ended a single war.
Not one war. Bush started a war. A lot of them start wars, but they don't solve the wars. They don't settle them. And especially when they have nothing to do with us. I sell almost, I guess, just about all of these wars had nothing to do with us.
I settle all of the wars. Keep that in mind, that he says he solves all of the wars.
Saved tens of millions of lives.
Yes, hundreds of billions of lives. Okay, so that's the statement, the very famous statement by Trump. I solved 8 wars. This is one's going to be the 9th. He also always says that he thought Ukraine would be the easiest one to solve, but it proves to be a little bit more complicated. Donald Trump tied up his first year back in the White House with a flurry of dramatic foreign policy moves, forcing regime change in Venezuela, threatening Iran. Okay, we know. Okay, we know. You don't have to repeat it to us once again, okay? Forcing regime change in Venezuela, threatening Iran with airstrikes, and fracturing vital relationship with NATO allies over a plan to annex Greenland, which is a thing that we're also going to be talking about more in detail soon. But for now, let's focus on these 8 conflicts that he supposedly has ended, and then we can move on to his other unhinged endeavors. But despite the aggressive maneuvering, the US president insists he is a peacemaker. Although, as we speak, that is actually no longer the case, as we will see later. He used to insist that he is a peacemaker, but now he is starting to see that the peacemaker angle is not exactly working, and he is moving away from it. You'll see. Mr. Trump began his second term last January with a promise to end Russia's war on Ukraine within a day, 24 hours. He actually also promised to end it before taking office. That was what he was saying during his campaign. Very famously, he said, it started with him saying that he will finish the war before even taking office if he wins the presidency. And then he started talking about the 24 hours thing, a couple of weeks. It kept changing. That conflict is still very much in progress a year later, despite repeated US brokered peace talks, which basically amounted to nothing. Nevertheless, in recent months, Mr. Trump has taken to claiming he has ended 8 wars since returning to office, and stated he can't think of anybody in history that should get the Nobel Prize more than he. Okay? Can't think of anybody in history that should get the Nobel Prize more than me. I mean, technically speaking, he has the physical copy of the Peace Prize now because the Venezuelan opposition leader has given it to him. So, which brings me to a very funny meme. Okay, I'm gonna show it to you because this is a bit comical. This is too comical for me not to show you. Okay, look at this. Okay, I feel like this is funny enough for me to show you. Speaking of Nobel Peace Prizes, look at this. This is about trans people. The United States will not let men steal trophies from women. Okay?
The United States will not let men steal trophies from women.
Yesterday, you accepted Maria Machado's Nobel Prize medal. What do you intend to do with it, and why would you want someone else's Nobel Prize?
Well, she offered it to me. I thought it was very nice. She said, you know, you've ended 8 wars, and nobody deserves this prize more than in history. The United States will not let men steal trophies from women.
There you go. I thought that was a bit funny. Okay. Maybe it's just my sense of humor. But I thought that was a nice little touch. The United States will not allow men to steal trophies from women. The 8 wars that my administration has ended in 8 months, there's never been anything like that, Mr. Trump bragged in late October during a signing ceremony to end a conflict between Cambodia and Thailand. We're averaging one a month. It's like, I shouldn't say it's a hobby because it's so much more serious, but it's something I'm good at and something I love to do. I should not say that ending wars is a hobby of mine. The most childish, ego-driven, moronic dude became the president of the most powerful country in the world. Below, the Independent looks at whether Mr. Trump's self-professed list of achievements stands up to scrutiny. Spoiler alert, it absolutely does not. Israel and Hamas, hundreds dead since US ceasefire deal. In October 2025, the Trump administration managed to broker a ceasefire between Israel and Hamas after 2 years of deadly conflict sparked by the militant group attack on October 7, 2023. Some 1,200 people were killed in the attack and around 250 were taken hostage. Gazan authorities say more than 71,000 Palestinians were killed in the 2-year Israeli assault on the Strip that followed. As part of the US brokered ceasefire, Mr. Trump secured the release of the last living hostages, and all but one of the bodies of the deceased have been returned. Everybody's happy, he said in October, as he took a victory lap in the Israeli parliament to rapturous applause. This took 3,000 years to get to this point. Can you believe it? And it's going to hold up too. 3,000 years. Fuck me, man. The illiterate are in the reins of power. However, with hundreds dead since the deal came into effect, many have claimed it is a ceasefire in name only. Yeah, if Israel just bombs Gaza every single day or something like that, then how is it a ceasefire? How is it a conflict that's been resolved? And then there is also the issue of Israel going into the West Bank. Fighting on the ground has reduced, but Palestinians continue to be killed over ceasefire violations alleged by Israel. More than 400 Palestinians and 3 Israeli soldiers have been reported killed since the ceasefire took effect. The UN said in January 2026 that more than 100 children are among the dead, including victims of drone and quadcopter attacks. So that conflict has not been solved, not by a long shot. The US announced in January it was pressing on with the second phase of its plan to end the conflict for good, with a new government for Gaza and demilitarization of Hamas. Hamas has not yet agreed to those terms and has regrouped since the ceasefire. And there is a talk of a peace council that Trump is putting together when it comes to this topic. And Putin is invited to be a member of it. Days after the Phase 2 announcement, Bloomberg reported that Mr. Trump wants countries to pay $1 billion to join the Peace Board. Yes, that's the Peace Council that I've alluded to, the Peace Board. The members have to pay $1 billion as an entry fee, although many countries have already flatly refused to join this board. Among them, France. Emmanuel Macron has already announced that he will not be joining this farce of a peace board. The president has also made it clear that he sees Gaza as a potential investment opportunity, with claims it could be turned into a Riviera despite decades of deadly conflict. You know, the AI video that has been floating around that everybody laughed at. Just do a massive ethnic cleansing, okay? Just do a little bit of an ethnic cleansing, get rid of all those pesky Palestinians, and turn the Gaza Strip into a resort. That's the plan for peace. So that's conflict number 1 that has not been resolved. 1 out of 8. Cambodia and Thailand, fighting resumes weeks after ceasefire. Border disputes have long caused tensions between Thailand and neighboring Cambodia. The competing claims stem largely from a 1907 map drawn by French colonial rulers, because a lot of conflicts around the world have their roots in colonialism, unsurprisingly. The map was drawn to separate the two countries. Conflict erupted in May 2025 when the two countries' armed forces fired at each other in relatively small no-man land claimed by both countries. Weeks of clashes followed, with dozens killed and nearly 1 million people reportedly displaced. So it's a pretty big deal. Officials from both countries credited Mr. Trump with pushing them to a ceasefire. In July, Mr. Trump said he warned Thai and Cambodian leaders that the US would not move forward with trade agreements if hostilities continued, and maybe even threatened them with sanctions. Well, not with sanctions or whatever, with tariffs. Maybe even threatened them with tariffs. A more detailed October agreement followed, and under Mr. Trump's pressure, heavy fighting again broke out in early December before a new ceasefire was signed on the 27th of December. Up to 4,000 Cambodian families are still unable to return to their homes along the disputed border because of Thai incursions, and Cambodian Foreign Minister Prak Sokhon said in January. So, not exactly resolved, this conflict as well. So that's 2 out of 8 conflicts not exactly resolved. India and Pakistan, not a full-blown war. So this one's not even a war. So it was not a resolved war. Conflict erupted between India and Pakistan in May, with both sides exchanging gunfire across the line of control following a terrorist attack in Indian-controlled Kashmir. Mr. Trump said the U.S. brokered a ceasefire to end the hostilities within a matter of days. He said that came about in part because he offered trade concessions, because, of course, it's all about trade concessions. It's all about those tariffs. Trump controls the world through tariffs. Pakistan thanked Mr. Trump, but India denied his claims, saying they never had a conversation about trade in the context of the ceasefire. Evelyn Farkas, executive director of Arizona State University's McCain Institute, said the US might deserve some credit for ending the conflict, but told the Associated Press, "I'm not sure whether you would define that as a full-blown war." So that's 3 out of 8 conflicts that he has not exactly resolved. Rwanda and the DRC, fighting continues despite ceasefire, so not resolved. I don't even want to read the whole bit. Fighting continues, that's not resolved. Armenia, Azerbaijan, progress but more to be done, so not resolved. Egypt and Ethiopia, tensions but not a war, so doesn't count. Serbia and Kosovo, lack of progress on first term deal, so not resolved. Israel and Iran, renewed threats as protests grow, so not resolved. So it seems like he has actually not resolved any of the conflicts that he brags about resolving. So what are we even talking about? What peace? Nobel Peace Prize. What Nobel Peace Prize? But wait. Okay. So now we know. Okay. Now we know that Trump has actually not resolved any of those conflicts. Okay. And now let's move on to the insane, unhinged thing that he has done. All right. And that is, oh, it's not loading. There you go. He wrote a letter to Norway about, well, let's just take any tweet about it and let's read the letter, because this is truly fascinating. This truly is fascinating what Trump has done. The White House. This is a letter by Donald Trump to Norway regarding the 8 conflicts that he has ended, the Peace Prize, and his position on the world stage as a peacemaker. Okay. Dear Jonas, okay? Because again, Norway's Prime Minister Jonas Gahr Støre has acknowledged Trump's letter is real. The letter reportedly ties Norway's Nobel Peace Prize decision to Greenland, questions Denmark's right of ownership, and declares the world isn't secure unless the US has complete total control of Greenland. Let's read the letter. Let's just read it. Dear Jonas, considering your country decided not to give me the Nobel Peace Prize for having stopped 8 wars, plus, which, first of all, Norway does not give out Nobel Peace Prizes. The Nobel Peace Prize Committee does that, and it is not connected to the Norway government. Okay, it is not connected to the Norwegian government. So it is saying that Norway has decided that his country has decided not to give him the Nobel Peace Prize is a nonsensical statement, because that, again, that prize is given out by a Nobel Peace Prize Committee, okay, that is completely independent from the Norwegian government. Second of all, he has not stopped 8 wars plus, okay, he has absolutely not ended 8 wars. We already went through each conflict. He has not ended actually any, he has not resolved any of the 8 conflicts that he claims to have resolved. So, considering your country decided not to give me the Nobel Peace Prize for having stopped 8 wars plus, I no longer feel an obligation to think purely of peace. So there we go. He is moving away from the rhetoric of being the peacemaker. You did not give me my prize. So you know what? I no longer feel like a peacemaker. I know I don't give a shit about peace anymore. Even though, by the way, he has been given that prize, that Nobel Peace Prize, by the actual person that got it. Because that's how Trump operates. Even though the committee has said that that could not be done. So I no longer feel an obligation to think purely of peace, although it will always be predominant, but can now think about, it will always be predominant, but can now think about what is good and proper for the United States of America. Denmark cannot protect that land from Russia or China. And why do they have a right of ownership anyway? There are no written documents. It's only that a boat landed there hundreds of years ago, but we had the boats landing there also. There you go. Why is Denmark in charge of Greenland anyway? They just landed a boat there. We landed a boat there as well. Also, Denmark cannot protect the land from Russia and China. Okay. Denmark is in NATO, okay? The United States is also in NATO. The United States has troops in Greenland. Greenland is not in any danger of being attacked by Russia or China. In fact, China has issued a very public statement, okay? China has issued a statement saying, please stop fear-mongering about us attacking Greenland. Please stop using us as an excuse to invade Greenland. Like, China became a little bit pissed off with the whole China's about to take over Greenland. It is said, no, we're not. Stop talking about us as if we were. Just don't use us as your little excuse. I have done more for NATO than any other person since its founding. Yeah, by trying actively to destroy it. Even before he became president, he undermined NATO. He said that he would not give a damn if Russia invaded any country that would not pay enough. He has alluded to the US leaving NATO even before he became president. Yeah, he has done more than any other person since its founding to destroy it. And he may very well still succeed, by the way. He may still destroy NATO. So NATO should do something for the United States. I have done more for NATO than any other person since its founding, and now NATO should do something for the United States. The United States is the only country in the history of NATO that has benefited from its Article 5. When the United States called for Article 5, the rest of the NATO countries responded. NATO has already done something for the United States, but I guess Trump has already forgotten about it. The world is not secure unless we have complete and total control of Greenland. Thank you, President Donald J. Trump. Now tell me that this is not crazy. Tell me that this is not unhinged. Tell me that this is not basically in line with the whole philosophy of we are now dividing the world into spheres of influence and Greenland is ours, up for grabs. Nobody cares about international law. Nobody cares about international relations in the sense of having multinational military agreements. Nobody cares about that. NATO is worthless, according to Trump. If Trump believes that China or Russia would just enter Greenland, then what Trump is basically saying is that the NATO deterrence is worth nothing. NATO is worth zero as a deterrent from invasion if Trump believes that China or Greenland would, if China or Russia would enter Greenland. And that makes me ask once again, if NATO is so worthless, if NATO will not stop Russia from invading and taking over a piece of territory, then why is the United States so opposed to Ukraine entering NATO? If NATO is so worthless, then why would it matter if Ukraine is in NATO or not? I mean, Russia would enter anyway, right? Russia would take over Ukraine anyway, NATO or not, since that seems to be the case for Greenland, right? Russia or China could take over any day, and NATO would not stop it in any way. NATO is not a deterrent. Even, it seems, the United States military stationing in Greenland would not be a deterrent for Russia or China to just take it over. The only way to deter any invasion is for the United States to have ownership over Greenland. So even without destroying the concept of NATO, Trump is already all but saying that the NATO is worthless as a military alliance. It reads like a meme. It's not. PBS Nick Schifrin reported the text was obtained from multiple officials and circulated by NSC staff to European ambassadors. This is a serious letter from a world leader, from the leader of the most powerful country in the world. A person that has deluded himself into, I don't know if he even believes his own hype, if he actually believes that he has ended those 8 conflicts. I don't know what he is trying to accomplish by destroying NATO. I have no idea why he pushes so much into creating a might makes right world order in which the world will be just divided neatly into spheres of influence of great powers. Trump is a very old man, 79 years old, if memory serves. He's trying to build some kind of legacy for himself, and that legacy is going to screw us all over. Not to mention that's his international, that's his foreign policy, but wait till we get to his domestic policy. Also, he has started a peace board, but I don't want to get to that yet, because that is what I want to talk about next. We're going full on Greenland. Trump threatens tariffs on European allies backing Greenland's sovereignty, because Europe is not happy with Trump just threatening a NATO and European ally. Most European countries are not happy about that. Hungary and Slovakia are actually backing Trump on Greenland. That's also a very important fact to remember, that Europe is not united on these topics. There is very much division within Europe itself, and countries such as Hungary, Viktor Orban's Hungary, and Fico's Slovakia are very much on board with Trump, are very much supporting Trump in his bid to control the entirety of Greenland. But a lot of other European countries, Poland among them, are not very happy with I almost said Russia, with Trump wanting to take over Greenland. And even some troops have been sent to Greenland, which are supposed to work as some kind of deterrence from Trump deciding to invade. And Trump has threatened that I think 25% increase in tariff will be placed on all of the countries that have decided to back Greenland's sovereignty, which is a direct threat against the European Union, which basically undermines any and all trade relations that the United States has with Europe, and is just an insane thing to do. It is just an insane thing to do.
We need Greenland.
U.S. President Donald Trump is threatening tariffs on key allies once again, this time over Greenland. On Saturday, Trump targeted 80 European countries that sent troops to Greenland with a 10% tariff starting February 1st, which could more than double to 25% in June.
Actually, let's read the Truth Social post by Trump regarding this. Like, this article is, this video is showing us the Truth Social. It is not being read in full. Let's read it in full, okay? I actually happen to have it also up, so let's get it. Let's get it up. Okay. Donald Trump, we have subsided Denmark. Donald Trump. Donald Trump. Denmark post. Where is it? Where is it? Oh man, I thought I had it on the ready. We have subsidized Denmark. Oh, there we go. We have it. But I want a more clear version of it. Where is it? Why is it so small? Isn't there a bigger version? Okay, maybe we have subsidized Denmark. Donald Trump post. Oh, there you go. I want to see the post. Okay, there you go. I have it now. Thank you. Sorry for the wait. There you go. We have subsidized Denmark and all of the countries of the European Union and others for many years by not charging them tariffs, which is an insane thing to say, okay? That is not what tariffs are for. That is not what that is not what tariff as a tool has been historically used for. Not putting tariffs on countries is not subsidizing countries. That is not what the word subsidize means as well either. Or any other forms of remuneration. Now, after centuries of not tariffing Europe, now, after centuries, it is time for Denmark to give back world peace, to give back. World peace is at stake. China and Russia want Greenland. There's no evidence of China or Russia wanting Greenland, by the way. It's just a made-up rhetoric. Like, China got pissed off, as I said before. China got pissed off by it and just openly said, yeah, stop using us as an excuse, okay? So China and Russia want Greenland, and again, NATO is treated as a non-deterrent. It doesn't matter if Greenland is in NATO. It just doesn't matter. And there is not a thing that Denmark can do about it. Denmark is a NATO member, okay? Not on its own, but NATO is a NATO member. So it's not just Denmark that would be doing something about it. It would be the entirety of NATO. They currently have 2 dock sleds as protection, one added recently. Only the United States of America under President Donald J. Trump can play in this game, and very successfully at that. Nobody will touch this sacred piece of land, especially since the national security of the United States and the world at large is at stake. Greenland is protected by NATO. Okay, must I repeat this time and time again like a broken record? Again, he is basically saying that NATO is a worthless alliance that will not protect anybody, which I have to ask, why does the United States have a problem with Ukraine joining NATO if NATO is such a worthless alliance that would not protect Greenland against Russia? Vladimir says, if you still wonder about what you experienced, hold on a moment. On top of everything else, Denmark, Norway, Sweden, France, Germany, the United Kingdom, the Netherlands, and Finland have journeyed to Greenland for purposes unknown. This is a very dangerous situation. This is a very dangerous situation for the safety, security, and survival of our planet. What the fuck? Again, on top of everything else, now we're seeing even more insane rambling. Convenient Estelle says, well, since the US is in NATO and it wouldn't do anything if Greenland got invaded, clearly they should invade. True. Incub says, I cannot imagine him not being high as fuck while typing that. Just, this is insane. On top of everything else, Denmark, Norway, Sweden, France, Germany, the United Kingdom, the Netherlands, and Finland have journeyed to Greenland for purposes unknown. This is a very dangerous situation for the safety, security, and survival of our planet. These countries who are playing this very dangerous game have put a level of risk in play that is not tenable or sustainable. Therefore, it is imperative that in order to protect global peace and security, strong measures must be taken so that this potentially perilous situation end quickly. What is the perilous situation? Who is threatening Greenland? Okay, is it China? Is it Russia? Is it Europe? Is Europe threatening Greenland? Who is the threat to Greenland? What is the perilous situation exactly? What are we talking about? Again, is Greenland not a part of NATO? Is it not under the NATO security umbrella? And without question, starting on February 1st, 2026, all of the above-mentioned countries, Denmark, Norway, Sweden, France, Germany, the United Kingdom, and the Netherlands and Finland will be charged a 10% tariff on any and all goods sent to the United States of America. On June 1st, 2026, the tariff will be increased to 25%. So just, I guess Trump has decided that he will not just tank NATO over Greenland. He will also tank trade with Europe over Greenland. Because, trade with Greenland is so important for, the world not ending. This tariff will be due and payable until such time as a deal is reached for the complete and total purchase of Greenland. We get Greenland or we will screw everybody. We will screw everyone. We will go scorched earth and destroy all the military alliances, and we will just destroy trade with Europe unless we get what we want. Is basically what he is saying here. And he is, again, undermining the validity of NATO itself by saying that Greenland is in danger of being taken over by China or Russia. The United States has been trying to do this transaction for over 150 years. Many presidents have tried, and for good reason, but Denmark has always refused. Now, because of the Golden Dome and modern-day weapon systems, both offensive and defensive, the need to acquire is especially important. Why? Why is it especially important? Why is it important for the United States to acquire Greenland if it's part of NATO, if it's part of a broader security military alliance? Why is it important for, it's resources. It's rare earths, it's resources. That's why. Hundreds of billions of dollars are currently being spent on security programs having to do with the dome, including for the possible protection of Canada. And this very brilliant but highly complex system can only work at its maximum potential and efficiency because of angles, mets, and bounds. If this land is included in it, it already is included in it. It is included in it via the NATO Security Alliance. The United States already has troops in Greenland. Greenland is already included in any security arrangement. Convenient Estelle says it's not even rare earth because they could get those if they wanted. I mean, but not the way that Trump wants it. The United States of America is immediately open to negotiation with Denmark and or any of these countries that have put so much at risk. Despite, but these are, they could set up deeds, but then Trump would say, but what if something happens like in Venezuela when Greenland will just confiscate and steal the deeds from the United States people? There you go. The United States of America is immediately open to negotiation with Denmark and or any of these countries that have put so much at risk. Despite all that we have done for them. What have you done? What have you done for them? Including maximum protection over so many decades. Thank you for your attention and to this matter. So, this is it. You will be punished with tariffs. We will get Greenland, whether you like it or not. NATO is a worthless alliance that will not protect Greenland from Russia or China. That is basically what is being said.
The targeted countries include EU members France, Germany, Denmark, Sweden, Finland, and the Netherlands, along with non-EU member states Norway and the UK. But such a move by the Trump administration may prove ineffective as the EU's internal free trade zone offers companies opportunities to bypass tariffs.
If you're going to take into account a big German car manufacturer, then...
So basically, the only thing that will suffer from this is America's trade with Europe. Once again, Trump is making America great again by screwing over America.
And which has companies registered in Poland, Hungary, then basically they can re-export the produce through Poland or Hungary.
Trump's tariffs also face uncertainty at home, where the Supreme Court could soon rule on their legality.
With this, when this ruling is going to be not favorable to the White House, then the American government is going to find it more difficult for them to implement additional new tariffs.
If implemented, the latest tariffs could affect a wide range of products and industries, including an already beleaguered European auto sector. European stocks, which had enjoyed a record-setting run in recent months, tumbled on Monday on the news of more potential disruption to transatlantic trade.
And between the United States and Europe, well, we have, of course, a very large economic exchange. And that economic exchange is, at the aggregate level, highly advantageous to both sides. And the access to the US market is very important also for Europe.
EU policymakers made their views on the tariffs clear.
As I think we both agree, we're living through uncharted territories. We've never seen this before. An ally?
Yeah, we've never seen a situation in which an unhinged, old, dying guy is in charge of the most powerful country in the world and just decides that his biggest enemies are his biggest allies and that his biggest historical enemies are now his biggest friends, like Vladimir Putin, for example.
Friend of 250 years is considering using tariffs. We don't like tariffs, but certainly we don't like using tariffs as a geopolitical weapon.
Retaliatory measures are already being prepped, including tariffs of up to 93 billion euros and deployment of the EU's so-called anti-coercion instrument, which could limit US companies' access to the bloc's common market.
So there you go. It's just jeopardizing trade for no reason.
The European Union has tools at its disposal and is prepared to respond, because we will do everything necessary to protect EU economic interests.
What seemed like a brief period of calm in transatlantic trade relations could unravel again over Greenland. Maciej Wilowski for TVP World.
And do I even have to say that Russia is very happy with this development? Do I even have to say it? Or is it? Like, Russia is extremely happy with this development. Or is it? Russia gleeful at Trump split over Greenland, but also has concerns. Like, why would Russia not be happy over this development? Like, more division in the West, it means that Russia has even bigger chances in Ukraine. Of course they would be happy over this. Like, again, they've been hoping this sort of thing would happen. They've been praying to the high heavens that this sort of development would happen. That is all that they wished for when they endorsed President Donald Trump's presidency. Moscow, January 19th. Russia is watching with glee as US President Donald Trump's drive to acquire Greenland widens splits with Europe, even though his moves could have serious security ramifications for Moscow, which covets its own presence in the Arctic. The Kremlin said Trump would go down in history if he took control of Greenland, an autonomous Danish territory. President Vladimir Putin's special envoy Kirill Dmitriev hailed the collapse of the transatlantic union. Former President Dmitry Medvedev joked about Europe getting poorer. Criticism of Trump over Greenland has been notably absent at a time when Russia wants to keep him outside to ensure any end of the war in Ukraine is on Moscow's any end to the war in Ukraine is on Moscow's terms, even though traditional Russian allies Venezuela and Iran are also in his crosshairs. There are international experts who believe that by resolving the issues of Greenland's incorporation, Trump will certainly go down in history, and not only in the history of the United States, but also in world history, Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov said on Monday. And that is basically what Trump also very much wants. He wants to go down in history because for Trump, a lot of what he does is about his ego. It's hard not to agree with these experts. The light over Europe's dilemma. The Daily Moskovsky Komsomolets said, "It was a pleasure to watch Europe being at a total loss. After Trump said he would put rising tariffs on goods imported from some European countries until the United States is allowed to buy Greenland. Make America great again. Make Denmark small again. Make Europe poor again. has this idea finally sunk in, dimwits, said Medvedev, who is now deputy chairman on Russia's Security Council. Dmitriev, who is involved in talks with the US on the war in Ukraine, mocked European leaders in posts on social media. Collapse of the transatlantic union, finally something actually worth discussing in Davos, said Dmitriev, who is due to meet US envoys on Ukraine during the World Economic Forum in Swiss resort this week. Dmitriev said on X that Putin understands the US. Dmitriev said on X that Putin understands the US rationale on Greenland, linking to a speech in which Putin said US designs on Greenland had deep historical roots. There you go. This is so convenient for Russia. Look, we have our deep historical roots in Ukraine. Our invasion of Ukraine has its deep historical roots. And now the United States operation in Denmark has its own deep historical roots. So can we just each stay out of each other's way, keep to our own sphere of influence, and resolve our deep historical root conflicts? I think it's pretty transparent what sort of narrative Vladimir Putin is trying to build with this deep historical roots thing. Russian commentators said Trump's behavior was putting unprecedented strain on NATO military alliance, Moscow's longtime foe, and could cause economic and diplomatic pain for the European Union and Britain, seen by Moscow as obstacles to Russia having its way on Ukraine. An article in Rossiyskaya Gazeta, the Russian government's official newspaper, asked whether differences over Greenland would spell the end of NATO. And in my opinion, it very much will. I'm sorry, but a NATO member invading another NATO member, NATO is not the Warsaw Pact, even though it's becoming increasingly like so. As much as the Warsaw Pact was built on the idea that if any of the members falls out of line, the other members would invade, NATO has not been built on such an idea, so NATO would not survive it. Sergei Markov, a former Kremlin advisor, said Moscow should help Trump advance his ambitions because almost all of Trump's enemies are also Russia's enemies. It would certainly be a boon to Russia if NATO as a concept was utterly destroyed. It would definitely be advantageous for Russia. A delicate line for Moscow. For all its satisfaction, Moscow is treading a delicate line as Trump moves could have an impact on Moscow's own ambitions in the Arctic, which is rich in natural resources and also seen by Russia as strategically important. Russia has bridled at Trump's suggestion that Moscow poses a threat to Greenland, part of his rationale for wanting US control on the island, while avoiding mentioning his name in its criticism. The foreign ministry said last week it was unacceptable for the West to continue accusing Russia and China of being a threat to Greenland. But Ukraine is a higher priority to Russia than Greenland, where the US already has a military presence. A transatlantic rift over Greenland that involves countries that have financed and armed Kyiv could work in Russia's favor, possibly seeping into other policy areas and overshadowing events in Ukraine. Some Russian commentators have suggested Trump's behavior is ushering in a new world order without rules, something that might benefit Moscow. So there you go. Throw away international law, throw away international rules-based order, in with might makes right, in with spheres of influence, and we might have to get used to it. Others, though, have sounded the alarm over the unpredictability of his behavior, citing the recent seizure of Venezuela's Nicolas Maduro. They have also cautioned that Trump, who says the US will reassert its dominance in the Western Hemisphere, has not shown a readiness for other nations to have their own spheres of influence. Russia can only have its own sphere of influence through strength, said Markov. So yeah, this is basically where we are headed to. We're headed into a world where the international law is treated as a joke or done away with completely. International rules-based order is an afterthought, and each of the 4 big countries would have their own sphere of influence to rule over. The United States, Russia, China, and India, I suppose. That would be how that would go. So there you go. There you have it. We are living in a very, very bad time, very dangerous time. Trump is trying to unravel any sort of illusion of stability that has existed with the existence of NATO. Have we ever been more screwed? I'm not sure. I'm not sure if we've been ever more screwed. NATO is on the way out. And for many countries near Russia, NATO is basically the only deterrent from Russia's aggression. Trump has already all but said that NATO would not stop Russia from invading Greenland. And he has fundamentally undermined the purpose of NATO. Trump is trying to rebuild the world in his own image. He has already said in an interview that he does not care about international law and that the only limit to his actions is his own morality. So that's Trump on the international stage. But what has Trump been doing domestically with ICE, with his own citizens, with how he governs his own country? That is a whole topic on its own. And there has been a topic that has been brought to my attention regarding Trump, and that is ICE related. I want to go to it now because I'm not sure if anybody has been talking about this little bit of news. And it has been brought to my attention. Also, I'm going to start a poll about this. Are we screwed? Oh, yes, we are screwed. No, we should keep up hope. There we go. I'm here. Thank you. Hello, Pekal Parker. Thank you for being here because I am now going to go to the topic that you have suggested to me. ICE Detention Center says it's not responsible for staff sexual abuse of detainees. Okay? ICE has decided, you know what? We are responsible for abducting. We are responsible for detaining. We're going to take on the responsibilities of the police. Okay, we're going to terrorize citizens. Oh my God. We're going to terrorize citizens. We're going to sometimes murder citizens of the United States. But you know what? If somebody sexually assaults someone that we are detaining, we hold absolutely no responsibility for it. We don't care if somebody gets sexually assaulted in one of our facilities. That's not our problem. That's not our business. Very, very interesting way to approach things, isn't it? We murdered a citizen, total immunity. Who cares? Somebody was raped in one of our facilities. All 50 states, the District of Columbia, and the federal government impose criminal liability on correctional facility staff who have sexual contact with people in their custody. These laws recognize that any sexual activity between detainees and detention facility staff, with or without the use of force, is unlawful because of the inherent power imbalance when people are in custody. Yet one immigration detention center is trying to avoid responsibility for sexual violence within its walls by arguing that the detainee consented to sexual abuse. How do you consent to sexual abuse? Please explain to me. How do you consent to sexually? Oh yeah, we might have raped this woman, but you know what? At the end of the day, she consented to it. What? Edie, an asylum seeker and domestic violence survivor from Honduras, was sexually assaulted by an employee while she was detained with her 3-year-old child at the Berks Family Residential Center in Pennsylvania. At the time of the assault, Edie was 19 years old. Yeah, clearly consented, right? She filed suit against the detention center and its staff for their failure to protect her from sexual violence, even though they were aware of the risk. The record in the case, Edie versus Sharkey, shows that her assailant coerced and threatened her, including with possible deportation, while the defendant stood by and made jokes. So she was raped. She was raped, and standers-by just made jokes about it. Although the employee pled guilty to criminal institutional sexual assault under Pennsylvania law, the defendants contend that they should not be liable for any constitutional violations. Their argument rests in part on their assessment that the sexual abuse was consensual. Again, how do you arrive at claiming that sexual abuse is consensual? How does that happen? That's mutually exclusive. Okay, if it's consensual, then it's not sexual abuse anymore. Okay, then it's just consensual sex. But the problem is, that it is clearly stated here that the consent does not matter in this case. Look at this. It clearly says, there we go. Let's say something around here. Where is it? There you go. These laws recognize that any sexual activity between detainees and detention facility staff, with or without the use of force, is unlawful because of the inherent power imbalance when people are in custody. So it doesn't matter if consent was given, because it is always given under some sort of duress because of the inherent power imbalance. You have the person that is detained and is at the mercy of the people that are detaining them. So even if technically speaking you have consent, you will not know if this consent was forced or influenced by this power imbalance. That is why it is always considered unlawful. So the argument of the sexual abuse being consensual, even though this statement alone is just makes no sense, because if it's abuse, then of course it was not consensual. There's no such thing as consensual sexual abuse. So they argue it was consensual and that they should be held to a different standard because the Berks Family Residential Center is an immigration detention facility rather than a jail or prison. Yeah, but they're still being detained. Like, I don't know if the United States is some different country than Poland, for example, but I've had my run-ins with Border Patrol. I have been taken to a Border Patrol facility, and while in the car of the Border Patrolman that brought me in for questioning to their headquarters, we drove by a immigration detention facility. And do you know what the guy driving the car told me? He told me, yeah, it's called a detention facility, but it's a prison. It's just a prison. It's basically like jail. There's no difference. That is what he told me, very bluntly, very, very directly. The Border Patrol officer told me, the immigration detention facility is just a prison. It's just called different, but people are trapped here. They are basically like in jail. He was not even trying to just honey the words. He was not even trying to hide it. So the argument that they should be held to a different standard because it's an immigration detention facility rather than a jail or prison is just comically ridiculous to me. The SLU of Pennsylvania and partner organizations filed, and yes, Estelle, basically undocumented people have no rights. That is a very accurate statement. The SLU at the ACLU of Pennsylvania and partner organizations filed an amicus brief this week supporting ED, explaining that officials wield such tremendous control over the lives of those in their custody, including through coercion and exploitation, that consent to sexual contact cannot be freely given in these circumstances. And yeah, of course, I agree with that. Like it's a prison in all but name. Fake Alec Parker says, they're basically saying we're Trump's personal Gestapo, so we should get to go free. Yeah, they are. It's ridiculous. Like we can just terrorize citizens, we can just kill citizens, shoot them dead, and we should also be able to sexually abuse those that we detain because, you know, we should be held to a different standard, you see. We also discuss how sexual violence in custodial settings is a serious and pervasive issue, including in immigration detention. For many years, the ACLU, various advocacy groups, and immigrants themselves have reported on the unsafe conditions in immigration detention, including sexual violence and the retaliation that the detained immigrants face when they decide to come forward with their violations. A recent investigation into sexual abuse in immigration detention found that there were 1,448 allegations of sexual abuse filed with ICE between 2012 and March 2018. In 2017 alone, there were 237 allegations of sexual abuse in immigration detention facilities. And this case presented here is not exactly a complicated case. Like an ICE officer said, let me have sex with you or you will face consequences. You will be deported or you will be abused. We will I would not be surprised if the ICE officer threatened to do something to the 3-year-old child that the person was with. It's coercion 101. But I guess it's a detention center and not a prison, so that does not count. Plus, if you coerce someone into sex, then it's suddenly, then it becomes consensual. Then that becomes consent, right? If you blackmail someone with deportation and they agree to have sex with you, that's two consensual adults all of a sudden having sex. It makes perfect sense, right? It's like, that is not insane at all. That is actually used as an argument in court. Yeah, but she agreed to it, right? She put out for me, so it's all perfectly good, even though it was clear coercion. But who cares? Other reports include a 2014 complaint documenting widespread allegations of sexual harassment at the Cairns County Residential Center, where more than 500 women were detained with their children. In 2017, advocates filed a complaint on behalf of 8 immigrants who recounted their experiences of sexual violence while detained in various ICE detention facilities across the country. I'm actually afraid to even start wondering what kind of child abuse is going on in those detention centers. Like, I'm kind of tempted to look into it. I refuse to believe that there's no child abuse happening in those detention centers. Like, if women are being assaulted, I do not believe that the children are just being left alone. I'm looking into it. Child abuse in American migration detention centers. There we go. We're gonna look for some recent article on this. Hold on. AP leaders will visit immigration facilities housing children. Not sexual abuse per se, but they are facing health risks due to prolonged detention. Envy and Shakespeare went over human rights reports on ICE facilities. Was there any reports on abuse of children? I would not be surprised at all. I would not be surprised by that in the slightest if the children were also abused by ICE officers in those detention centers. Like, that would just be zero surprise on my end. The Government Accountability Office reported in 2013 that officials at immigration prisons and jails failed to report 40% of sexual abuse allegations to the ICE headquarters. After looking at 10 different detention centers and analyzing over 70 cases of sexual abuse, researchers found that only 7% of 215 allegations of sexual assault in immigration detention facilities from 2009 to 2013 were substantiated, calling into question the thoroughness of investigations as well as reporting and oversight mechanisms. Sexual violence impacts immigrants across federal agencies. that are charged with immigrant detention. Most recently in Arizona, the state's Department of Health Services, which licenses facilities that are used by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services Office of Refugee Resettlement to detain migrant children, moved to revoke the license of Sovereign Key, a nonprofit contractor that rakes in about $500 million to detain migrant children in facilities across the country. There you go. Speak of the devil, abuse of children. The state moved to revoke the group's license because Southwest Key failed to comply with required employee background checks. So they could just hire abusers to work with children. Brilliant. At least 3 former employees have been arrested for sexually abusing migrant children. Yeah. I just wondered aloud if not just women but also children were abused in those facilities. And there we go. Right away. No background checks, no screening for abusers. At least 3 former employees have been arrested for sexually abusing migrant children. I guess we have our answer now, right? I guess we know. I guess we have learned. One was convicted and one of the facilities was closed down following allegations of staff abusing children. Again, I guess I have found my answer to the question of whether or not those facilities abuse children. Which again, I said I would not be surprised in the slightest. I said that would just, yeah. These are not isolated cases. They clearly show that officials are not doing enough to detect and respond to incidents of sexual abuse in immigration detention. The result is that immigrants are put at serious risk for sexual violence while they are detained. And ICE officers claim that they should be treated special and not face any consequences for that. The Prison Rape Elimination Act was passed by Congress in 2003 to protect against sexual assault in prisons and jails across the country. It took the Department of Homeland Security until 2014 to finalize regulations implementing PREA. Even with the regulations in place, DHS PREA standards do not protect immigrants in all detention facilities because the agency has taken the position that those requirements can only apply when the agency enters into new contracts or renews or modifies old ones. Yeah, let's look for loopholes as to why people should be sexually assaulted in immigration detention facilities. Let's just look for ways to make the anti-rape laws not apply to us. Brilliant. Other than meaningfully addressing these endemic problems in immigration detention, the Trump administration continues to aggressively target immigrants and asylum seekers by stripping away legal protections, ramping up enforcement, and expanding immigration detention. ED's case highlights the real need for greater protections against sexual abuse and more robust oversight and accountability measures in immigration detention, not less. Which brings me to, you know what? We should all be internationally protesting against ICE. If we care about what's happening in the United States, we should all be in solidarity, just push and push and push against ICE. Protest as much as we can, because ICE just feels like it can do whatever it wants. Murder citizens, rape people, rape anybody from women to children, murder people that are just trying to drive away in their cars. Who cares? ICE can do whatever it wants. It has the absolute immunity, quote unquote. It's basically Trump's private police force without being police. Even technically speaking, ICE should The only thing that ICE should be able to do is to check if somebody is documented or not. That's it. But no, now ICE is being able to detain citizens, to arrest citizens somehow, I guess, shoot citizens to death and not face any consequences, and sexually assault people in immigrant detention facilities, because that is what makes America great again. Having a secret police force, it is not so secret, it acts pretty much in the open. Private police force of Donald Trump that acts with absolute impunity and with no oversight. That is what America really needs to become great again, doesn't it? Trump is really doing a great job domestically and when it comes to foreign policy to make sure that America becomes the greatest, doesn't he? That's going to be his legacy for destroying the Rennie rules-based international order, and he's also going to, I guess, pass on to history. His legacy will be turning the United States into a military/police state. Brilliant. I cannot wait for that. Because he is going to bring in the military to squash the protests against ICE. So all I can say is that people should double, triple, quadruple in their when it comes to just trying to oppose ICE. It should be a no-brainer. Like, people should just triple, quadruple in their efforts to fight against ICE. I think there should be a countrywide protest against ICE, not in just... we're screwed. We are all screwed internationally, but also the US citizens are screwed domestically. The moment when ICE officers start saying, an ICE officer says, I might have raped this person, but it was consensual, and besides, I should be treated special. And that is where I will end it. And that is where I will end this coverage. If we succeed at the polls, he won't have a legacy. We'll see. We'll see if America will even have a midterm to speak of. Yeah. But that's actually, there's more. So don't worry, there's more. Because Trump, okay, I haven't talked about this yet. I've alluded to it today. I've sort of hinted at it today, but Trump is making his own peace board. Okay, Trump is creating his own peace board, a little peace group, which is supposed to help with Gaza, with peace in Gaza. But there are caveats. One is that he wants everybody that wants him to pay $1 billion. Yes, that's right. There's a buy-in of $1 billion. And also he's going to invite all the most horrible people in the world to it, like Vladimir Putin, probably Lukashenko. The Polish president was invited because, of course, the French leader Emmanuel Macron already has announced that he will not be joining the peace board because it's a shit group. Okay, anyone with 1 billion is not a good person. I mean, he wants the leaders of states to buy in with 1 billion. It's not like he demands that countries that wants to join his peace board to pay in 1 billion. Europe is bracing for a deeper transatlantic confrontation as US President Donald Trump escalates pressure over Greenland, threatens tariffs against European allies, and promotes a new board of peace that critics say could upend the post-war global order. I love it. I love how Trump will create his little peace group made of Putin, Lukashenko, and who knows what other lunatics. Speaking on the news in deaf program TVP World News, director Adam Jasser said Trump's moves should be seen as part of a single coherent strategy rather than isolated provocations. He wants to remodel the world order. I agree with that, actually. I agree with that statement. I think that Trump wants to carve up the world into fiefdoms. I think he just wants to... I think President Sandy actually has been talking about this, how Trump wants to destroy this idea of sovereignty. But I think that's only part of the puzzle. I think that the United States is not almighty. It does not have the will to impose its power on every country in the world because nuclear weapons exist. So nuclear powers do have a way of defending themselves against Trump's ambition, which means that in practice, what Trump aims to do is to divide the world into neat sectors with great powers having domain over their own little turf, over their own sphere of influence. And that would be the United States, China, Russia, and probably India, just like that Russian politician said. That is the world order that Trump is very confidently moving towards. He's pushing on all fronts at the same time. Trump has floated the idea of a board of peace, initially framed around Gaza, while inviting countries including Poland to participate. Oh God, I hope Poland declines. I hope Poland will be smart enough to decline taking part in this shit show of a group. Jasser warned that the proposal raises profound questions. This is supposed to be some kind of alternative to the United Nations Security Council, he said. How this would work in practice and who would accept such an invitation remains open. Like, what is supposed to be the purpose of this group? How will it operate? What sort of enforcement mechanisms would it include? Trump has already invited Vladimir Putin into this group, so we already know that it's dead on arrival when it comes to any sort of usefulness or when it comes to it being a source of any stability worldwide. Problem for Poland. For Poland, participation would be particularly fraught. It creates a paradox of being part of the same body as Moscow. And that is exactly why Poland should absolutely refuse to be part of this group. Because Putin has been invited to it. Any country that has current tensions with Russia should absolutely refuse to be part of this group. Jasser said, at a moment when Russia continues its war against Ukraine. Jasser also argued that Trump's threats over Greenland and tariffs placed the United States on a collision course with NATO's founding principles. Basically, Trump is about to destroy NATO. Let's not even... If a NATO country attacks a different NATO country, it's over. NATO is just done. NATO is not the Warsaw Pact. It was not built with an enforcement mechanism of NATO countries invading other NATO countries. And the Warsaw Pact was, of course, built with such a mechanism. If any of the Warsaw Pact countries would fall out of line, the other countries would and did invade it historically in order to not allow any any breaking off. Frankly speaking, America is already breaching Article 1 of the NATO treaty, he said, citing provisions that commit allies to peaceful dispute resolution and economic cooperation. Yeah, Trump already has breached this article of NATO treaty, and also Trump has basically said that NATO is worthless as an alliance, because if Russia or China want to enter Greenland, then that means that Trump does not think that NATO would deter those countries from doing so. While some European leaders had initially pursued accommodation, Jesser said the tone is shifting. Trump is accelerating this alternative world order, and he's doing it by coercion. He said, noting that even politicians previously aligned with Trump have begun to voice concern. I wonder which politicians are those. Moscow stands to benefit, as always. Of course, Moscow always stands to benefit from the uprooting of the current world order. That is not even a question. Russia will always stand to benefit from something like that. That's, of course, yeah. Russia, he added, stands to benefit. Trump is prepared to risk the cohesion of NATO. And for the Russians, that's a welcome sign. Yeah, of course, because many countries in the region depend on NATO to, not be invaded by Russia. Poland is among those countries. Poland has very eagerly joined NATO in the early 2000s in order to avoid being invaded and being once again put into the sphere of Russia. Of course. Trump is prepared to sink NATO. Jesser said, calling it a bitter irony at a time when Moscow is struggling to maintain momentum in Ukraine. Despite growing calls for firmness, Jesser cautioned that Europe faces limits. Trump has escalation dominance, he said, warning that a tariff war could spiral while jeopardizing Ukraine and Europe's energy security. The real trouble, Jesser said, is not the noise around Trump's statements. It's that he's undermining the unity of the West. Yep, and that is what Russia absolutely wants. The destruction of any sort of united stance that the West has, especially on the topic of Ukraine. Russia has really wanted this. Russia has almost certainly prayed for this. And now Russia is getting exactly what it wanted. Russia is getting what it had hoped for. The Trump presidency is proving to be a gift from the heavens for the Russian Federation. And I frankly, personally think that things are moving forward to the worst possible scenario. I think that NATO might, for all intents and purposes, be over. I feel that we might be seeing a breakdown of the West as we know it. We might be seeing a very strong push. We already are seeing a very strong push for this might makes right world order, where any sort of international law and international treaties are considered completely worthless. And we will see how Europe will navigate this. We'll see if Europe will be able to find unity and become a strong bloc that will be able to defend any of these values that have become... They were already on thin ice to begin with. These values have already been very, very weakly protected because there has been no real enforcement mechanism behind them. But we allegedly, as the world, have been moving towards a international rules-based order, which, by the way, is an order that I would prefer to be the dominant one. And we're moving towards a simple, we have the big countries, we have the big players, they have their spheres of influence, and all the smaller countries are just for them to be played with as they wish. Fake Cal Parker, the Dems need to outlaw the Republican Party if they get into... That will never happen. That will not happen. I would not count on that to happen. I just, no. I would not put any hopes for that. And also, the Dems need to get into power first for that to happen, because so far, one of the biggest enemies of the Democratic Party is the Democratic Party itself. I think that is worth mentioning, that even with all of this happening, with people getting screwed by Trump and his administration, the approval rating for the Democratic Party is still extremely low. So the Democratic Party is actually not on the way to get power as things stand, because the Democratic Party is not a very competent group. I'm afraid I have to report that the only thing that stands in the way of the Democratic Party is the Democratic Party itself. The peace board. France has already, as I said, declined being part of this peace board, so I don't see things getting better, okay? Like, the only thing that I can advise if you live in the US is to, I don't know, keep close to those that are in your community and very much oppose ICE, and try to influence your local politicians when it comes to crazy things that Trump wants to do internationally. And brace yourselves for what's to come. That's the only advice that I can give you. Brace yourselves, because we are living in interesting times, and we are increasingly more and more screwed as time goes on. I did not expect things to go quite this badly when when our goated president won the election. I did not see a lot of the things that are now happening coming. So yeah, today's stream is full of hopium, as you can see. Full of hopium. Speaking of hopium, Pentagon readies 1,500 troops for potential Minnesota deployment, U.S. officials say, because as much as I'm advising you to oppose ICE, Trump also wants to crush any opposition against ICE with the help of the military, because, as I said, the legacy of Trump will be that of turning the US into a military/police state. What is this crap? Mobile Vikings. All right, finally the video.
The Pentagon has ordered 1,500 active-duty soldiers to prepare for a possible deployment to Minnesota, two U.S. officials told Reuters on Sunday. That follows a threat by President Donald Trump to use the Insurrection Act to quell protests there against the government's deportation drive. The Army placed the units on prepare-to-deploy orders in case violence in the Midwestern state escalates, the officials said, though it was not clear whether any of them would be sent. The soldiers subject to deployment specialize in cold weather operations, according to the officials. They're assigned to Army infantry battalions under the 11th Airborne Division based in Alaska, seen here in previously released Defense Department footage. The Pentagon and the White House did not immediately respond to Reuters' requests for comment on the order. It was first reported by ABC News. Trump on Thursday had warned Minnesota officials to stop protesters from targeting Immigration and Customs Enforcement, or ICE, agents. Otherwise, he said in a social media post, quote, "I will institute the Insurrection Act." The federal law gives the president the power to deploy the military or federalize.
Let's read it, actually.
Otherwise, he said in a social media.
If the corrupt politicians of Minnesota don't obey the law and stop the professional agitators and insurrectionists from attacking the patriots of ICE, translation, if people continue disobeying my private police, okay, that is what he is saying. If people will continue opposing my private police, who are only doing their job, my bidding, translation, who are only doing my bidding, I will institute the Insurrection Act, which many presidents have done before me. Many presidents have not done that before him. And quickly put an end to the travesty that is taking place. Translation, I will crush any opposition to my private military force, to my private police. In that once great state. Thank you for your attention in this matter. There you go. What he's basically saying is, I have my own private police that can do whatever they want. If you continue to oppose them, I will use the military to crush that opposition. Thank you.
Quote,
Thank you for your attention in this matter.
I will institute the Insurrection Act. The federal law gives the president the power to deploy the military or federalize National Guard troops to stop domestic uprisings. But the president can deploy active duty forces for certain domestic purposes, such as protecting federal property, even without invoking the act. In addition, the Pentagon could also attempt to deploy newly created National Guard Rapid Response Forces for civil disturbances.
There you go. Police and military state. What a legacy to leave behind.
Trump has sent nearly 3,000 federal agents from ICE and Border Patrol to Minneapolis and neighboring St. Paul since early last week. Confrontations between residents and the officers have intensified since an ICE agent shot dead U.S. citizen Renee Good on January the 7th. Local leaders have accused the Republican president of federal overreach and of exaggerating isolated episodes of violence to justify sending in troops.
No way. No way. That cannot be true. Trump would never do that. Trump would never exaggerate anything. Trump would never do anything to consolidate power, to create a private police force that would be above the law. He would never do that, would he? Oh yeah, he already did, and he already is very ready to crush any sort of opposition to it, to crush any protest that there is, to not be happy by police. Well, not police. In this case, it's ICE. To crush any protests of people that are not very happy that ICE is now murdering civilians, murdering citizens, and face no repercussion for it. That ICE raids primary schools, kindergartens, homes. I still remember that case when there was a graduation in an early primary school class, and ICE just raided that primary school to hunt for undocumented immigrants, because that is what a sane democratic country does. When you have a graduation ceremony in a primary school, it is at any point a bunch of masked agents can just barge in and look for people that may or not may be undocumented. That is exactly what a healthy democracy should be like, right? Right? No, it should not. It's insane. That is not how a healthy democracy operates at all. But under Donald Trump, the United States is very quickly moving away from Didn't the United States always portray itself as the beacon of democracy, as the country that spreads democracy to other places? Like, democracy is pretty way on the way out in the United States. We will see what will happen to those midterms. We will see if Trump is already joking about having a third term. There are already politicians that are covering up for him, saying, oh yeah, he's just joking. He's just joking about having that third term. He would never do that, right? Yeah, of course he would. And of course he is not joking about having a third term. I will not be surprised if he actually attempts to have a third term. I will not be surprised if he actually tries to make himself president for life, like other dictators that he is such good friends with. And ICE, this sort of private military force, this sort of arm of the law to enforce his will, is pretty much within the playbook of tin pot dictators around the world. So we will see if Donald Jr. will have his third term or not. I predict that he will definitely try to have one. It is a prediction that I can I'm very much confident in making. I'm very much confident in making a prediction that Trump will not want to let go of power and that he will want his presidency to continue well into the third term. He'll want to be president until he croaks. That is my opinion on the matter. And what is happening here is just one of the means that he is attempting to consolidate power domestically. There you go. I've given my political prediction because that is what I'm supposed to do as a streamer. All right. Let's see. Because I have... Let me see. Let me check out which topics I have covered and which ones have I not. Nobel Prize, tantrum, I have already talked about. Putin and peace, I've already talked about that. ICE and deploying troops, I've already talked about that. So now my question is, okay. Oh, and we have covered that cool video. So that's happened as well. So now I will start a poll after ending this last poll. Finish poll. There you go. We'll start a new one. More political topics or break? A break would be, I don't know, a video game or slop. More politics. Please. Please. Vidya, please. There we go. I am asking my audience to be proactive. I'm letting my throat rest a bit. I'm letting my throat rest a bit. So please vote and press like on the stream as well. Yeah. Vidya, okay. Let's see what Vidya I can offer you. Something that is good. You know what? Let's do something that actually will not bore people to death. Okay, we're gonna take a break then for Vidya. You can see the game, right? Can you see the game? I have to actually check. Might have to turn off the yeah, I might have to turn off the browser. There you go. Okay, what is happening? Oh. No, we can't. Can you see it now? Can you see the game now? You should be able to see it now. What about now? Yeah, now can you see it? Now you can see it. Alright. Resume. We're gonna play a game a bit and then I'm gonna get to work. I'm started working on the second interview. I'm selecting the best parts of the interview to include in the finished video. I received the translation of all the dialogue and I'm going through the process of editing. Oh, I did not want to shoot. You know, I'm going through the process of editing. Slowly loading. Oh. Uh-oh. Alright. I'm ready. I wish the 18 plus content wasn't age gated. What 18 plus content? What do you mean? Void Sonic Shuffle 9. Am I supposed to be able to kill this? Nope, I'm not supposed to be able to kill this. Okay. What am I supposed to do here? Okay, what am I supposed to run away from this guy? How? I'm almost dead. Is there any health thing that I can get here? I guess I'm stuck. This game is annoying sometimes. Swear to God. Wait, maybe do I have a rocket launcher? Offense. I'm just hoping that I have a rocket launcher. Do I? Maybe a grenade? Can I kill him with this? Is it possible to kill this enemy using this weapon? What is he doing? Am I actually doing anything to him? Am I actually doing anything? No, I'm not doing anything. Okay, that's great. So what am I supposed to do? I'm dead in 5 seconds. I'm just dead. I need to heal somehow. But how? Oh boy. I guess there is no way to heal. Do I have an earlier save? Why is the chat so silent? No, that still does not help me. I need an earlier save still.
Delunga. Delunga. Jadkara. Jalunga. Jalunga. Goja.
And yes, I'm better off than I was before. Oh my god. I hate this so much. The architecture has screwed me over once again. Fuck me. Oh. I don't think I'm supposed to go here. I'm supposed to hide, but not here. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Oh boy. I hate it when that happens. No! Oh my god. Oh. No, I've not. Wow. What the hell? Why can't I get there? What? I have not beaten Zen yet, as you can see. Okay. Is he leading me? Are you my friend? Where am I supposed to go now? Wait, are you my friends? Oh no, you're not my friends. Are they bugged? What are they doing? What the hell? Where am I supposed to go? Oh gosh. Dr. Jones is not here to lead me. Where am I supposed to go now? What the fuck? What the fuck? Where am I supposed to go? I'm stuck. Again. Oh. No. Where am I supposed to go? I have nowhere to go. I'm homeless in this game. What the fuck? Oh. Alright then. Oh my gosh. Oh, so annoying. I hate this part. I'm not a fan of this part. Run away. Oh. Run away. Monsieur. Uh-oh. I hate this part. I hate this bit of the game. If only Dr. Jones was here. Where am I? What the fuck? Where am I? No fucking way the game soft locked me on an autosave in a game over. No way the game soft locked me like that. No way. Oh my god. The game just soft locked me. Are you seeing this? I'm soft locked. The autosave just screwed me over. I'm supposed to jump here, right? Yay, I'm safe. What happened? Alright. I think I'm safe now. I think I can save now. Even though I am almost dead again. I hope I'll be able to heal. Oh. Never mind. That was not the right move. That was not the play. Yay. Perfect. Oh, come on. That's not fair. What am I? Sorry, what am I supposed to do? Oh, maybe I can destroy this. No. What am I supposed to do here? Oh, wait. Never mind. I don't know what to do. My soft lock? Again? Oh, never mind. Okay, I now know what to do. once again. Alright. I get discouraged too easily. I'm free. Raider Rain, you betray me. Even though I'm playing your favorite game. Hello. Healing in place. Now I can save. Danger. What the hell? Okay, I think I'm gonna finish. The mouse is acting weird again, so I guess I'm gonna finish. Stop game. We've done progress in Black Mesa, so I'm gonna stop. Alright. How long has this stream been so far? Alright, I'm gonna raid you. People. I'm gonna raid you people into somebody. If you're one more level towards the final boss, nice. We're gonna continue this tomorrow. We've been streaming for like 4 hours, 40 minutes. So I'm gonna raid you into somebody that will appreciate you. Riverboat Jack. Maybe one day Riverboat Jack will raid me. Okay, see you. Bye-bye. Good night or good morning.